The following program is for adult audiences only.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double Chocolate Clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
all of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape. And unfortunately, Kenny's working late. His bus is running late, so he's not going to be here for a while. He says he's going to try and stop by later on. But anyway, we're going to truck on because we've got so much information to cover this week. It has been a fantastic Labor Day weekend. Let me just tell you, every Labor Day weekend, I look forward to placing my little orders so that I can get a couple more things and fill in the voids where they exist in my inventory. I know. It's hard to believe that I've got voids in my inventory. So I stopped at a couple different places. This weekend was the 68th annual Hungarian Festival in Cleveland. So we went home, visit Mom, and go to this festival. And while we were out there, my wife has wanted to visit the world's biggest candy store for quite some time. So it's only fair while we're there, staying there an extra day for Labor Day, to go visit this candy shop. So we've got that visit today. I also went and visited 2 vape shops while I was there. And let me tell you, man, just because it says vape shop on the sign outside and just because it's called a vape shop as part of the name of the store doesn't mean that's what they're selling inside the store. I found that out when we went up to camp a while back. And I found out again when we stopped for gas, and my wife's like, hey, man, there's a new vape shop over there. You should go check it out. Okay. I'll go check it out. So I'm going to show you that vape store. And then I'm going to show you the real vape store that I stopped at before we went to the candy store. Let me tell you, man, what a world of freaking difference. Here's the 68th annual Hungarian Festival I went to, right? Beautiful thing. They had programs set up. They had church services in the morning, and then they had other things going on. There was a book fair. They had little tables set up inside where you can buy little trinkets and stuff. So I got the hat. I'm like, oh, I've never had one that was actually a Hungarian hat. And they had plenty of Hungarian food there to choose from, different things. They had music. They had performances, cultural performances by the Hungarian dancers. There's multiple little groups that do Hungarian dancing, old customs, being upheld and, being taught to the next generation of kids out there to go, this is your heritage. You don't live it every single day, but this is where we came from, right? I'm here because in 1956, the Hungarian Revolution against the Russians tried to chase the Russians out of Hungary. And my dad partook in that. And well, as you can guess, when nobody came to help Hungary, well, the revolution was put down by the Russian tanks come marching through town. And everybody that was participating in it had to flee the country. So my dad immigrated to the United States. Then my mom came out the year before I was born in 1970. And that's how I came to be. And how I am here for you guys today. And I should also point out the fact this is disgusting. But when you look at Hungary, what are the vaping laws in Hungary? Well, you're not allowed to vape in public places where you're not allowed to smoke. Okay, that sounds like common sense. But we've got a leader right now, Viktor Orban, who's just banned all flavors. So all you're allowed to have as far as vaping goes in Hungary is tobacco flavors. So I'm an American, dude. I want my flavors, and I want them now, and I don't care what anybody has to say about it, right? We got a bunch of stuff to talk about today. We did the Hungarian Festival. I got a little video for you. We got our new Science and Advocacy Now, which is going to focus on the World Health Organization and how they've partnered with Google to censor misinformation, how the World Health Organization is redefining science, and we're going to get into candy and sugar and why are we subsidizing childhood obesity? We talked about that last week. We're subsidizing childhood obesity. We're subsidizing the chronic rates of illness, chronic illness in this country. And we're indoctrinating the children as soon as they can take a sip of anything to drink. We're going to talk about, how much are they supposed to have? How much do we have in the average can of soda or the average sports drink or the average, hydration drink that's out there, let alone energy drinks and coffees and everything else. We're going all over the place today because it's always good to step back and see what's going on around us. And then ask ourselves a few questions like, are we focusing on the right issues to try and make the actual best improvements in society? I mean, they're cracking down on vaping like it's a scourge and it's going to destroy humanity. Meanwhile, we all know that it was the only thing that empowered us to quit smoking. And they want to ban it for the next generation. Like the next generation is never going to actually start smoking. Right. Sure. I almost believe you. We got so much to cover. And we're going to point out the fact that, sugar and candy is not banned. And this is crazy because we take a look at it. This is what they want to ban. All this stuff here. I just got done, once again, cleaning out all my tanks, washing them, letting them air dry and stuff. This is the stuff people are getting copyright strikes. Not copyright strikes, just community guideline strikes on YouTube. We have a warning on our channel now. Don't know what for, because they won't tell you. But Matt Cully got banned just for doing a little short and just showing one of these things. And he got a strike on his channel. And other people are getting strikes on it. And then there's other people that, I keep getting notified of this lady that picks up a vape and goes, oh, yeah, This is the Oxbar Pod Juice Zodiac Edition, and this is a Blue Raz Cotton Clouds, and yeah, that's Blue Raz flavor, and yeah, that's cotton candy, and that is so smooth. No irritation to your throat. This is just Wonderful. She's got 35,000 views for her disposable review. But other people, we get warnings and strikes and all this other stuff, right? Because this stuff here, the FDA's clamping down on it, trying to make sure you never are able to buy any of this stuff. They've been working on this for years. But what isn't banned? What can you go and you buy everywhere? What can you go to the world's largest candy store and pick up? Fruit-flavored popcorn? Blue raspberry popcorn. Holy moly. And this isn't even close to just a couple of the things that I picked up. Like Big League Chew bubblegum. How many of you remember Big League Chew bubblegum when we were kids, right? That was like the coolest thing in the world. Have Big League Chew bubblegum. All different flavors. Blue raspberry, wild pitch watermelon, and then classics we've never even tried, salted nut rolls. And how about beer flavored jelly beans? We'll have to give that a try. And then you got the classic we grew up with, man. You had your choice between bubblegum cigarettes or candy cigarettes. Yeah, still available, still sold, not banned. Nothing to worry about here, folks. Hard candies and my childhood favorite from when I went to Hungary. This is the first time I ever experienced Toblerone. I was able to relive some of my childhood memories. The only Star Trek thing they had in the store. To boldly go sour. Sour blue raspberry candy. Yeah. We got all this. That's not harmful. That's okay. We can do that. Is that really true? I guess we're going to find out today, because that's going to be part of the things we're going to talk about in the news. But we all had this stuff when we were growing up. Little packs of candy that resembled cigarettes, right? And Big League Chew bubble gum. Who didn't like a big pouch of Big League Chew? That's where we're at today, ladies and gentlemen. Just like that. Hungary's going bye-bye. Ridiculous flavor ban. All you're doing is increasing cigarette sales, prolonging the disease and death caused by smoking. Unlike House of Vapes. Man, you go to House of Vapes, and it is an awesome vape store. If you're in the Cleveland area, I highly suggest you drop by House of Vapes in Strongsville, Ohio. That's where our retro vape that we have for today came from. There, wrong button. It's right there. That's going to be our retro vape for today. And man, they didn't have the actual box that it came in. This is by H Cigar, and that's the TC250S, a 3-battery mod with a DNA 250 board inside it. And on top of it, it's a Sigelei Moonshot. And we didn't like that the last time we had it. But we'll roll a set of coils today, slap it together, and see how she does. And then obviously we can take that tank off and switch it out for, my classic Arbiter that I'm back on here, because that Fruit Loop cereal that we mixed up from flavors, it's not like Fruit Loops at all. Nothing like the cereal. No. I've had licorice, straight up anise licorice that tasted better than this. Is it because this was formulated for a pod? I don't know. It just sucks. It was horrible. So, sorry, Fat Rabbit. You've been sitting there doing nothing all week, hoping that this liquid would mature into something that tasted worthy of vaping. Like, I want to dump this bottle. Actually, I think I'm going to take this bottle today, and I think I'm going to cut it to 50% of the strength that it is and see if maybe the flavor wakes up. Because, sometimes when you push the flavoring profiles way too hard, it just tastes off. It's no longer representative of what it says it is. Is that what's going on here? Because I think this was like 25% flavoring or something. Let's cut that in half and see if it gets any better. If not, it's going to have to go in the round file, which I hardly ever do. But thank goodness I still have this arbiter. This thing took this to Cleveland, and this is a 21700 battery in here. This is a Vandy Vape. Who made this? I don't even know what the mod this is. Jackaroo. That's what this is. A single 21700 battery lasts me a whole day, especially when I got one of these hanging around my neck and I'm in places where I can't use that. Which, by the way, I'm down to 15%. And this is disposable number 6. My wife plowed through all 6 of hers. These are all 0%. They all still work. They don't have any off notes or flavorings to it. You don't get any burnt coil taste or anything. But it says that it's at 0% and it doesn't produce as much vapor as it should when you use it. So we're down to the last one. I think my 1 month estimate was wrong. Not by a whole lot, but so you got 5 months out of 6 of them instead of 6 months out of 6 of them. That's still a bargain compared to some of these other things that, you might be able to get a couple days out of. These ridiculous little things. Matter of fact, they had them on clearance there for $10 a piece. These little ones like this. So anyway, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about this other vape store that we visited and how, cannabis is legalized in Ohio. Recreational use of cannabis is legalized in Ohio. So that's what vape shops are doing. People are sick and tired of hearing all the misinformation from the FDA, all the scare tactics. Teen vaping, blah, blah, blah. We had to put smoke detectors in that were no longer smoke detectors. They're vape detectors. Which, by the way, the World Health Organization is trying to redefine all vapor that's created by an electronic source or heated source as smoke. So technically, they will be called smoke detectors again if they get their way. But we'll get into that with the news. Anyway, candy, not safe for kids. And it's not banned. And they're never going to talk about banning candy. Heaven forbid the dentist, actually step forward and say, you can't ban candy. Why does it, if something like that happened, if some legislator decided we're going to ban all candy, right? You're limited to just certain flavors of candy and that's it. That's all you get, right? You're only allowed chocolate or something, which is no different than hard candy, whatever. Anyway, the point is, if they went to ban that and the Dentists Association stood up against it, wouldn't you be obvious to figure out, listen, you want candy on the market because you want customers. But yet when we talk about vaping and they want to ban vaping and they want to ban all the flavors and only limit you to tobacco flavor, people can't understand that the only reason to ban flavors in vaping is to force people to not quit smoking. What? Why is that obvious to us, but not to the general public? You might argue that it's because they don't even know how safe nicotine is, right? They don't know that nicotine's a neurotropic. They don't know all the health benefits of consuming nicotine and what you can take a nicotine patch on and use it to treat medical conditions. They don't know that doctors actually prescribe that for things besides getting people to stop smoking. So we'll get into some of that in the news today. But I had a heck of a time when I went to visit this store, and then, let's just say it was a rude awakening for me, right? They legalized cannabis in Ohio. Walk into something that's supposed to be a vape store. They have one display that had anything that was actually vape related, right? something that actually vaporizes a liquid. And that was one that was for nicotine. And they had bottles of liquid that were on the wall, right, that you could use to put inside those things. But there was maybe only about 8 or 10 things to choose from. And they had maybe, I don't know, 15 liquids to choose from. The rest of the store was exclusively dedicated to, well, they should have called themselves a head shop, okay? They should have called themselves a head shop. I'm telling you, listen, I wanted to save this for later, but it was Berea Vape, all right? Where's Berea Vape? We stopped for gas. We stopped for gas at the Circle K, and my wife's like, hey, man, there's a new vape shop over there. You should go check it out. I'm like, okay, sounds good. So I walk up to the place. Where is it? Oh, yeah. There's a Circle K, right? I'm like, oh, there's a vape shop over there? Oh, let's go check this out. Berea Vape Shop. Oh, nice. Kratom. Okay, well, yeah, I know a lot of other vape shops that, sell alternative stuff like that. I mean, it's got its medicinal purposes as well as its recreational purposes. So whatever people want to do, right? It's been legalized in the state of Ohio. Well, maybe not kratom, but marijuana has, right? And then I see this sign right here. What does that say? Did I take a closer picture of that? Oh, yeah, after my wife pointed out when we were just about ready to leave. Open. No smoking, no vaping, thank you. What? Okay, I understand for fire code purposes why you would need to say that, no smoking inside. And maybe that this particular city has adopted resolutions that say the vaping is equivalent to smoking for law purposes. Okay. But why is it when I walked through the store, all I smelled was marijuana smoke? Not marijuana buds, not leaves, not the smell of the plant. Somebody was in there smoking. And it's obvious. And if you've ever smelled it before, how obvious it can be when you smell that. So you got this sign on the door, but the girl that was inside, who's obviously a lot younger than I would have expected to have seen inside of a store that's selling these adult-only products. I don't know. Maybe she was 21. I didn't ask her. It's not my job to card her. It's her job to card me, right? You want some nitrox? Nitrous oxide cartridges? Huh? I don't think that, people are going to vape stores to buy nitrous oxide for their catering needs. So we obviously know what they're using that for. And look at all this other stuff they got in there. Lots of bongs. Lots of glassware. That's all this was. That's all they had. Oh, and incense, obviously. They should have been burning some of those incense in the store. But, that's probably illegal, too. You can get whatever you want. The problem is, they're called a vape shop, right? But they only had one display that was vape. The rest of it was all cannabis, kratom, nitrous oxide cartridges. It's a head shop. That's all it is. Don't call yourself a vape shop if you're not going to have vape stuff. Like, I didn't even see any cannabis vape stuff there. So, what's the deal? You want to be a smoke shop? Be a smoke shop. I don't have a problem with it. You want to sell cannabis? Sell cannabis. It's legal. Everybody should be able to buy whatever the heck they want to buy. That's reality, including sweets. You can buy as much candy as you want. Nobody bats an eyelash at it. Not one bit. You know, BA Sweet Company, that's where we went to visit. You can order their stuff online. It was fantastic as an adult to see things that aren't for sale in the stores anymore, but we had, and that's all we had when we were growing up as a kid, option-wise. They advertise themselves as the largest candy store in America. I don't believe it. Don't get me wrong. It was a fantastic store. Here. We'll do all these out of the way while we're here. Before we get to the news, we'll save that for later. My wife got herself a new phone, right? It's pretty cool. You can take a picture and then switch places with somebody, and they can step into the frame and take the picture, and the only thing it adds to the picture the second time is the second person. So she took the picture of me standing there. I came over, stood in her exact spot. She walked over, and she walked in, and I could see it live where she stood in the picture and where I stood. And she legit stood right behind just the edge of me, and bam. You no more having to ask people, hey, man, can you take our picture? That is wild. The technology in the new Google phone. But there it is, BA Sweet Company. They deliver all around town. And they have everything you could imagine. Name a candy from when you were a child that you can't find in the stores today. Drop it in chat. Let me know what candy or gum or sweet that you had as a child you can't find in the stores nowadays. And let's see if this place has it. Want some Bob Ross candy? Happy Little Tree Mints. This place is big, don't get me wrong, but it's nothing like the size of Hershey. And Hershey only sells Hershey chocolates. How about Golden Girls mints? My wife was so excited to see that. Jaws. Zelda. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, Mystery Machine, sour green apple flavored van candies. The dots on paper we have, for sure. How about some sugar skulls? Sloth is my spirit animal, sour strawberry flavored candy. Mario Kart, unicorn, and they want to say that our vape stuff is kid friendly. There's my Star Trek mints I got. There's your dots. The little dots on paper. Batman. Jolly Rancher sticks. Oh, yeah. They have a candy con in Cleveland. I didn't know that. I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's not just, vape shops that have this, and not just, sci-fi enthusiasts. Guess what they were out of? Well, almost out of. Look at all the Pop Rocks. Remember having Pop Rocks as kids? Clove chewing gum. Any of you ever had clove chewing gum? Or blackjack? And they have a sugar-free section, too. Beeman's chewing gum. Tea berry flavored gum. Anybody want some cookie dough? Birthday cake edible cookie dough. Butter mints. Angel mints. Thin mints. Double bubbles. How about cigars? Candy cigars? It's a boy. It's a girl. You don't have to hand real cigars out. You can just hand out candy cigars. How many of you got these for Easter? Chocolate coins. Fort Knox milk chocolate gold bars. We got one of these old-fashioned cherry cream drop. Never had it, but it looked interesting. And there's another one that's like a milkshake. You want some guava gum? It's not just mint and spearmint and bubblegum flavors. How about guava gum? They had so much gum, I never knew some of these even existed. Aisles and aisles and aisles. Want an everlasting gobstopper? Laffy Taffy, every single flavor imaginable. Harry Potter, chocolates and collectibles. Little wand. And there's that jelly bean draft, beer flavored jelly beans. I'll give that a try today. Because people are allowed to choose whatever they want. You're allowed to consume as much of this candy as you want. Nobody's stopping you. They even have reduced sugar options. And they have sugar-free options. And there you go. How many of you tried using a cinnamon stick toothpick to quit smoking? I tried that. It was one of the things my doctor told me to try. Feel the heat. You won't want a cigarette after you try and, put one of those in your mouth. You want some seasoned larvettes? The original worm snack? Didn't work for me either. Crickets? Seasoned crickets? Brett Whitney, hello and welcome. Real Ant Licks Suckers. Oh, Henry bars. How many of you remember Oh Henry bars from when you were a kid? Smarties. Oh, and all the kids, they get their own little shopping cart to walk around and gather up as much sugar as they want. Yeah. No problem. No bans anywhere. No discouragement saying, oh, that's not good for your kids to have. We had it. We gave it to our kids. Gave it to our grandkids. Matter of fact, most grandparents look forward to being able to spoil their grandkids with this kind of stuff. Blueberry yogurt covered pretzels. Should have bought one of those. And they have nuts, peanuts, pistachios. How about chocolate rocks, bronze nuggets? Little nonpareils, walnuts, chocolate-covered pretzels, mints, Boston baked beans, French burnt peanuts. You name it, this place had it. How many of you, when you guys were kids, had little Pez dispensers and you always bought the little pack of Pez to pop in there and you always like, I don't like this flavor or I like that flavor. I wish I could get them all to one flavor. Well, now you can. You can get a whole bag of them. Whatever flavor you desire, they had every single one there in a bulk bag. Good and plenty. Caramel creams. Who doesn't love all this candy, even though it's really bad for us? Chili peppers. Spicy mangoes. Sour kiwi slices. Long Boys Juniors, coconut, Chick-a-Stick, crunchy peanut butter bars, Mary Jane's. How many of you remember Mary Jane's? They literally had everything. This, I just couldn't stomach. Like, no. Number one, I don't like gummy candy. But they had gummy candy that was in every kind of imaginable container you would think of. You want Lunchables? How about some gummy hot dogs? Gummy bacon? William Dobson's going into diabetic coma just looking at all this stuff. Kraft mac and cheese gummies. Bagel bites? Anybody want some gummy candy bagel bites? because that's healthy for us. Just like this gummy taco. You want to make some scrambled breakfast out of gummies? Some sushi gummy? That was cool. Seeing that in there? That old classic 1932 Ford pickup. That's how long this place has been in business. Vaping Big, hello and welcome to the stream. Went and visited a candy store, man. They have 7 lanes to check out. And unlike Walmart, there was a cashier at every single one of them. And this was on Monday, on Labor Day, a holiday. The place was hopping. This I thought was really cool. And I actually got something for us to try later on. When I was growing up, I used to love watching MASH, right? And I always thought it was funny whenever they went to the bar, they went to Rosie's, they would all be sitting there drinking alcoholic stuff. And Radar O'Reilly was never a drinker. Well, I think on 2 episodes he was drinking. But anyway, he always had a grape NEHI. And I'm like, man, I wish I could try a grape NEHI. So guess what I picked up? A grape NEHI. I was like, no way, dude. A grape NEHI soda? Radar O'Reilly isn't the only one that's going to be able to try this and enjoy it. Have to get out the old bottle cap remover. I got a bottle of e-liquid on here that tastes like this smells. Matter of fact, I've got a disposable here. This Robo. This grape NEHI smells exactly like this grape ice Robo bar. Let's see what it tastes like. Ooh. Now I know why he drank this. That is a very sweet grape soda. And it's not like the artificially grape like this. It smells like it, but the taste. Wow. Wow. There you go, man. Let's switch scenes. There you go. How about penny sticks? You guys remember having penny sticks? Any flavor you want? Pokey? Never heard of Pokey. Cocoa biscuit sticks. Bulk candy. Buy 'em by the pound. I'm telling you, this place had everything. Saltwater taffy. How many of you go out and you buy saltwater taffy in the summer when you go to the fair, you go to an amusement park, and you buy a box of saltwater taffy, and it's like all different flavors, and you're like, man, I wish I could just find a bag of just this one flavor. Well, B.A. Sweetie can get you that. They had every single flavor out there, individual flavors, and then they had one assorted bag. I remember as a kid going to visit the Johnson Space Center in Cleveland. Right, it used to be right alongside the airport. You're not allowed to go there now after 9/11 and all that whole nine stuff. They moved this NASA Science Center down into the Science Center in Cleveland, which is by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, another place I haven't visited yet. But I remember having this as a kid when we went to visit NASA. Astronaut ice cream, freeze-dried ice cream sandwich. And they had this decorating their walls. Talk about some classics. Kmart's gone. Amway, gone. Do It Best used to be a hardware store around here. It closed probably about 30 years ago. And if you're decorating any cakes and need some specific colored sprinkles or shapes, They've got all of them too. This place was huge. Like I said, not as big as Hershey, but the selection and the choice you had here was unbelievable. Ever hear of this stuff? Cheer wine? Little Coca-Cola bottles. Verner's. Ginger ale. There's the grape NEHI and the orange NEHI. Bubble Up. Limey lemonade. Cockbull. You want a cockbull? Butterscotch beer? Listen, I love root beer, but I ain't never heard of a butterscotch beer. Old Keg Premium butterscotch beer. Brownie caramel cream soda. Got one of these for my son. Bacon soda. Balls. Duff beer. Homer Simpson would be so happy. It's an orange beer, but it's not a beer. It's a soda. I can't believe, Bob Ross has been gone for how long now, and they're still milking him to death. Naturally, all the dum-dums you want. Jiffy Pop. Who remembers roasting that over the stove? Moon pies. Chick-a-Stick. Charleston Chews. There's our bubble gum, our Big League Chew bubble gum. I'm telling you, they had everything. And they had toys. We talk about this all the time, when we get up in the dad jokes about how we all had Viewmasters when we were growing up as a kid. Well, you can still buy them. They have them there for sale, along with a bunch of other board games. Chutes and Ladders, Boggle, and I even got myself one of these wooden airplanes I haven't played with since I was probably 6 or 7 years old. This place had everything. And then when you got done shopping, you could go around the front of the building, and it's a old-fashioned soda ice cream shop. You want a root beer float? You can get a root beer float. You want a turtle pecan ice cream? This is probably the best ice cream I think I've ever had. Amazing. Had fresh milkshakes there. They had all the sodas that they have those all in the refrigerated section. And these are all formulated with cane sugar as opposed to high fructose corn syrup. An average dairy cow can produce enough milk in their lifetime to make 9,000 gallons of ice cream. Self-serve? You want to make your own sundae? You can do that. All the toppings. Pick and choose what you want. You want soft serve ice cream? They have that too. %of Americans have ice cream in their freezer at any time given. Are you one of them? In 1984, President Ronald Reagan designated July as National Ice Cream Month. He is also the reason jelly beans are so popular. Party room available if you guys want to, have a little birthday party there or something. Tomorrow we eat broccoli. Today it's for ice cream. Is that healthy for us? Sweetie Soda Shop, is that healthy for us? Definitely had a good time there. And my wife was so excited to be able to go there and pick out some stuff that she hasn't seen since she was a kid. Look at all that popcorn. Every color and flavor imaginable. Hey, Bastard, hello and welcome. Stephen L., hello and welcome. Stephen L., I ordered some flavors from Bull City. This is Labor Day weekend. They had their sale. Matter of fact, last minute, you can still order using their coupon that they have today. We'll get to that in a second here as soon as we get into all this wonderful flavored popcorn. But I ordered the flavors to make one of your recipes. So as soon as it gets here, probably next week, we're going to do an evaluation of your recipe you posted on ELR. Amazing store, man. And the prices were all very reasonable, considering what they had. So it's nothing like if you were to try and go into a local gas station or convenience store, you would pay way more than what they were charging there for candy. Look at all these flavors. White cheddar jalapeno, salt and vinegar, beer cheddar, garlic parmesan, cinnamon roll popcorn, summer melon. And they want to say that vapors have too many flavors. Buffalo ranch? We don't have any Buffalo ranch vapes. Cheesy, beer cheddar, and then your classic. You name it, this place has it. And despite them calling themselves the biggest candy store in the world, I don't believe it. Or in America, I don't believe it. I've been to Hershey. I've been to the Hershey Park. So, here's the question for today, man. I saw this. I'm like, okay, well, is it good for kids to do this? And why aren't they banning it, right? They're trying to protect the kids. That's why they want to ban vapes. We got to protect the children. Well, you're not protecting them from sugar. Unnecessary, zero nutritional value sugar. American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that children under 2 consume 0 added sugar, and children over 2 consume less than 25 grams of sugar per day. 25 grams of sugar, translating that into teaspoons, it's 4.2 grams per teaspoon. That is less than 6 teaspoons of sugar. And that's like, oh, okay, well, that's not bad. 6 teaspoons, right? Well, we got a little problem here, folks. 6 teaspoons of sugar is less than half a can of soda. Because a 12-ounce can of Coke is 39 grams of sugar. And that's for the entire day. The average can of Coke, a 12-ounce can of Coke, is 9 teaspoons of sugar. A 1-liter bottle of soda, which is what most people nowadays buy their sodas at, is 25 teaspoons of sugar. A 2-liter is 50 teaspoons of sugar in a 2-liter bottle of soda. A Hershey's full-size chocolate bar, whose ingredients start with sugar, followed by milk and then chocolate, has less sugar than a can of soda. And depending on the actual product, it can vary anywhere from 18 to 30 grams of sugar. 9 grams less than your average cola. But that's all part of the stuff in the news. This was supposed to be the introduction. But here we are.
Minister, is caffeine as harmful as nicotine?
Oh, look, that will depend on dose response curves, on body mass index, and a whole range of other things.
It depends if you're thinking about what goes with it. You see, nicotine often comes with tobacco, which comes with a whole lot of tar and other things that are unhealthy. But if you have too much creamer in your coffee, that could be unhealthy for you too.
Well, they're both harmful, and I'm certainly addicted to caffeine. I think I'm up to 4 coffees today. I mean, they're both bad for you. Is that a line that is often put out by tobacco lobbyists?
I don't know. I don't have the foggiest. I mean, caffeine's addictive, so is nicotine. There are lots of things in society that are addictive, and people are, they're both health problems for New Zealand.
Was there a line that you used when you were a tobacco lobbyist?
No, and I reject your characterisation of my former career.
Minister Willis, your name was among those mentioned in an article this morning from a few public health experts about ministers having links to the tobacco industry. Are you confident that none of those links have anything to do with
Dusty Country Road, hello and welcome.
Have an influence on
I haven't seen those articles, and I can absolutely be clear that my views on smoke-free New Zealand, a goal that I hold dear. I want fewer smokers in New Zealand. Those are my views, and they're based on my desire for New Zealand to be a better place.
Wow. So we have a lot of things in society that are addictive and are bad for us, but they're not going after the Grape NEHI. They're not going after our Big League Chew and our cigarette candy and our cigarette pack bubble gum or our draft beer jelly beans, right? They're going after the nicotine. Why? It doesn't make any sense. Is there something else going on? Is there a bigger picture besides we've got the ants and the prohibitionists on one side that are trying to stomp out cigarette smoking their way only? And then you've got the vapors that are saying, hey, man, this shit works. Everybody should have this. This should be more readily available than any pack of cigarettes ever. Period. Problem solved. Don't have to prohibit anything. Don't have to ban anything. When you get somebody something that is better, more enjoyable experience, they're going to naturally choose this, especially if you don't tax this, the same as you do the cigarettes. You let this be a regular consumer product, the same as your Big League Chew or your salted nut roll, which certainly isn't good for you. Some would say that it's worse for you than nicotine consumption of any kind, even cigarettes. So when you take a look at something that's 95% less harmful than cigarettes, it's a no contest. Anybody with common sense will understand that. Anyway, I guess it's time for us to get into the news. We've been skirting around it for so long now. It's just time to jump in for the news. Are you ready? Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Because we first need to cover some basic things. Everything's all a matter of history. If you understand history, you see where we've been, you see where we're going. It's very easy to see what comes next. So we're going to jump back. We're going to start into, we're crying the blues about, YouTube censorship and Google censorship and all this other stuff that's going on. When did this start? How bad was it then? How bad has it gotten? And what's next?
In this episode, we will review the implications.
Hold on. That's too loud for you guys. Sorry. I had it turned up before.
Of the agreement between the WHO and Google regarding online health information and how that may impact THR advocacy and activities. Science fiction often paints a picture of societies that are akin to an Orwellian novel, where a dictatorial power controls what we can read, say, or do. Well, maybe 1984 is already here, with a rather stark announcement made about the WHO collaborating with Google on a multi-year collaboration agreement to provide credible health-related information to help billions of people around the world respond to emerging and future public health issues. On the surface, this may seem to be an excellent idea in light of the misinformation that was rampant on the web during COVID-19. To help the public access trustworthy information, knowledge panels will cite content from reliable sources covering hundreds of conditions from the common cold to anxiety.
Knowledge panels? What are knowledge panels? Wait a minute. That's what they're programming AI to be, who frequently gets things wrong. It's kind of like, when you're typing a text message and autocorrect changes words for you because they're trying to look out for you. And 99% of the time, they get it completely wrong and make you send a message that has absolutely nothing to do with what you actually intended to send as your message to the other person. And we're going to let them have control of it all? I don't think so. That's not a good idea.
Approved health information will be available on Google. It will follow the WHO SMART guidelines, a new approach for making information more accessible to frontline health workers through digital tools. There is no doubt that AI will be used to scan files and video content in order to red flag objectionable material.
Like all of our vaping content?
Information will be controlled or censored by an expert panel with WHO oversight. As part of Google, YouTube is also in on the action, with WHO collaborating with key creators on a series of videos and public service announcements that leverage celebrity voices in order to amplify their public health narrative. Google.org is providing $50 million USD in ad grants to support the World Health Organization in continuing their impactful work in public health.
Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus.
Yeah, ad grants cost Google nothing to provide to tip the scale the way the World Health Organization and their unelected officials want it to be. Tell me that's not living in a dictatorship.
The WHO's history is rife with ineptitude and ethically compromised dealings.
China is doing many good things that's slowing the virus, and the facts speak for themselves. If you see the number of cases, although in China it's more than 40,000, but in the rest of the world we have less than 400.
Oh, they did such a good job. Robert F. Kennedy wrote a book about this, exposing Anthony Fauci and his ties and his connections to the lab in Wuhan. And, well, he actually looked at it from a historical perspective in just a short time from when we had this epidemic going on to the resolution of it, when everybody was getting their immunizations and their vaccines and everything was supposed to be better. And, well, he compared the treatment protocols in the United States and every other country that had the data available, which was one of the only good things that came out of this whole situation, was science. Everybody's paywalls dropped because they wanted everybody to share information, right? As long as it was authorized information. And they censored the things that were unauthorized because, we can't possibly, prohibit pharmaceutical companies from, making money on something that we were forced to take and had no choice in the matter and has never been tested before because it's just a brand new thing. Unlike vaping, it's been around multiple decades now, coming on multiple decades. And there's 82 million of us using this to not smoke cigarettes. And we're not keeling over like flies. Matter of fact, almost every single one of us, our health outcomes have improved dramatically. But that's a side chain. I don't want to get derided here.
We're around 400. And only one death.
And they want to control and censor the flow of information? What's next? Fines or imprisonment for those who have different point of view or don't subscribe to their agenda?
Major developments of global health emergency as the coronavirus reaches its 20th country.
Almost 800 more people have died in New York State alone.
Outside China, 3 cases have been confirmed in France. That's the first time the virus has been identified in Europe.
Can we really trust the WHO with our health? After all, the response to COVID-19 by the WHO was a catastrophic failure. The WHO failed miserably to deal with the COVID-19 outbreak. Despite reports of the virus escaping from China, it was not until mid-March 2020 that the WHO finally conceded.
Listen, we're not going to get into the weeds on the whole COVID situation. We're just using it as ancillary background information for you guys to understand what's going on and how dangerous things have become. Because what happens when you give them the authority to make these decisions, right?
In our last episode, we explored how the WHO and Google are collaborating in order to control the information and content available regarding health on the internet. Not only do they want total control of health information, now they also want to reclassify and redefine what is harmful without any scientific basis. We also touched upon the failure of the WHO in dealing with public health crises such as Ebola.
WHO people were really not at the level required for the job. Their coordinator never worked on Ebola before. Immediately I thought, those people are useless. They don't even understand what they're supposed to do here.
And their shambolic response to COVID-19 that cost countless lives.
It is kind of like the idiots that are out there censoring our content and have no clue what the actual science is. They have no understanding of how vapor technology works. They have no understanding what happens when you take a disposable product that was meant and designed specifically to last a specific period of time, and content that's on YouTube that shows you how to tear this apart and refill it. That's not a problem. Not banned, not shadow banned, not removed, no warning labels placed on any of that. That's perfectly fine to be in the regular algorithm to be promoted to everybody to watch. Despite the fact that when this thing is spent, we all know as vapors that the coil in here is pretty much shot, especially when they start getting to the point where you've got 18 mils of liquid inside of these things. You want to take and run another 18 mils through that same coil? That is not healthy. And if you did a scientific study on it, you could probably prove that it's worse for you than if you lit up a cigarette.
Somehow unimaginable, unbelievable, that in the most famous city of the richest country in the world, they're digging mass graves for those who can't afford a funeral and for those who died of coronavirus with no next of kin.
The WHO pandemic response was totally inept. Not to mention their dubious support of countries like Russia, who are held up as public health heroes and praised by Director General Tedros Ghebreyesus for their work for maternal and child health. Meanwhile, directing troops to bomb maternity hospitals and kidnap children in Ukraine.
Russia is guilty of a war crime after a maternity and children's hospital was bombed in the besieged southern city of Mariupol.
Even more unbelievable, the election of dictator and global pariah Kim Jong-un to the WHO Executive Board. So, how can an organization rife with ineptitude such as the WHO be trusted to make reliable and evidence-based policy recommendations? The WHO released its 9th report on the tobacco epidemic. Funded by Bloomberg Philanthropies, it claims that aerosols commonly emitted by heated tobacco products fall under the definition of smoke. The citation...
No, it does not. Even heated tobacco products are safer for you than actually smoking a cigarette. And we have science to back that up that will be provided later.
For this is not a scientific
Today.
document, but instead an opinion piece that stated aerosols generated by chemical reactions involving heat should be termed smoke. Therefore, according to the WHO, when you are cooking your dinner, taking a shower, or making your morning coffee, you are being exposed to smoke, even though combustion is not involved. Steam is not smoke. The question then is, why are they doing this? Why are they trying to change the definition of smoke? The answer is so they can promote the prohibition of safer nicotine products and ask signatory countries to treat the safer options the same as the harmful option.
Now that's ridiculous. They're literally going against the foundations of proven science. Fundamental science that any 8th grader should be able to understand from the science that they've already been taught. Lighting something on fire is not the same as taking something and changing it from a liquid to a gaseous state, an aerosolized state. It's not the same thing. And who's putting these people in charge? And why? And why is it that certain countries are following their advice hook, line, and sinker? We cannot deny that part.
This is the end of the road for vaping in Australia as we know it. This is what they want for all of us.
Is it really? Is it the end of vaping in Australia? I mean, yes, it's the end of legal vaping in Australia. It's the end of his career in Australia why he had to move to England. But did it actually change what people have access to? No. That's why we have tobacconist firebombings going on in Australia now. Because when a consumer wants something, somebody's going to supply it. And you're literally handing it over to a bunch of bikies and a bunch of criminal enterprises and organizations that are now importing all this stuff, and it's still available, but it's no longer available from vape shops that actually have ex-smokers running it and standing behind the counter teaching you what's going to be the best device for you and what you got to do and what you got to look out for and how often you need to change your coils and how long do coils even last. All that information is completely lost. All we have now are black market disposables.
Good as gold. Unfortunately, things down here in Australia are anything but good as gold.
The problem with vaping is that it's a bit of an entry point into then full-on tobacco use.
Unfortunately, the Australian government has blindsided all of us.
Do any of you know anybody that started vaping and went on to smoking cigarettes? I don't know of any. I'm sure across the globe that's happened because of access limitations, but not because of choice. Why the hell would you want to go from a blue raz cotton clouds flavor to the flavor of asphalt and tar that comes from a cigarette? At least for the first day or two, until your body and your tongue get so numb to the flavor compounds, you don't even taste it anymore.
Us by not needing to use legislation to bring in a ban. They have very sneakily, right around Christmas, made 2 amendments. One to the Therapeutic Goods Administration, specifically the Therapeutic Goods Legislation Amendment, brackets Vaping Regulations 2023. And the other one is the Customs Legislation Amendment, Vaping Goods Regulations 2023. By making amendments to these regulations that are already in place, they are able to basically ban everything in terms of importation. Already on the 1st of January, they brought in a full ban on the importation of disposable vaporizers. However, as of March 1st, there will be a full ban on the importation of all vapor products. whether it's a complete system, whether it's a part system, whether it's a pod, whether it's a mod, whether it's a tank, whether it's a fucking RDA, a Boro, doesn't matter. It can be a part, it can be a full system, it's banned. You cannot import it as of March 1st. So essentially, if you've already imported stock by March 1st, the shops, the online stores, the retailers, they can continue to sell those products, but they won't be able to import or restock anything more, and you as consumers won't be able to buy online from overseas or anything like that.
And then it got even worse. Then they handed it over to the pharmacies and said, okay, well, you know what? You guys are going to be allowed to sell it. And it's going to be prescription only. And then after a couple months, well, then you won't even need a prescription. You can just, sell it in the pharmacy. It'll be like everybody else be able to access it. But you can only buy it in a pharmacy. So everybody that has spent all their life earnings and their life effort into promoting the thing that got them to quit smoking is now been made bankrupt. And a bunch of them are going to be homeless. But we don't care. Because we're, taking care and looking out for the big corporations that are running these pharmacies. And, well, there's going to be like a handful of crap products that we're going to be letting you sell. And some people choose that, pay $100 for a, week's worth of supply rather than, $50 a pack of cigarettes. In that fantasy world, that might work. But the reality of the economic struggles that we've been through and this inflation crisis that's been created where everything has gone up 50%. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody can afford that. We want to go into a shop, pay $10 for a bottle of liquid that's going to last us a week. And then we'll be back next week for a different flavor, a different bottle of liquid.
Essentially running the fucking shops down slowly until they've got nothing left to sell. The legislation they're going to bring in this year will be aimed at trying to stop liquid manufacturers from manufacturing liquids here. That's what they haven't done yet, is the local domestic sort of ban as such.
They have now.
Obviously, if you're a liquid producer here in Australia,
this was all planned out ahead of time. You can't tell me otherwise.
You're making them here, and so they are still going to go after that. There is going to be legal vapes available in Australia. They will be only through pharmacies. They will only be with a prescription, and they will only be government-approved products. We've seen a few of them already recently. 59 milligram pod. Jesus, 59 milligram pod. No flavour, and that pod will cost you about $80. It's going to be really expensive to quit smoking legally here in Australia through vapor products. So Aussies, stock up. Get your fucking shit now, because it's going to be a fucking long, cold winter for vaping here in Australia. If you are an Australian, stock up. Stock up on your nicotine, stock up on your hardware, stock up on your coils, because, after the shops run dry later on this year, and they'll be able to keep going for a while, but you won't be able to buy anything online from overseas, and they won't be able to replenish their stock. So it is doomsday.
One of the largest raids of its kind in Australia, Sydney police have seized more than $1 million worth of vapes in a sweeping crackdown right across the city.
30,000 vapes and illegal cigarettes were seized in one of the largest operations we've ever seen here in Australia.
The federal government is banning the importation of vapes, which the Daily Mail reports will turn 1 million Australians into criminals. But at the same time, as I just mentioned, the ACT is decriminalising
1.7 million Australian vapors into criminals. I mean, think about it. The stroke of a pen is all it took to turn almost 2 million Australians who are former smokers excited about the fact that they no longer have to buy a pack of cigarettes every single day. They can simply suffice with their nicotine consumption that they choose to have through a vaping product. And now they're made criminals because they don't want to smoke a cigarette.
drugs like ice. What do you think of this inconsistency?
Well, it's just absurd, the situation, especially here in the ACT, where if you are caught with liquid nicotine, you face a $32,000 fine and or potentially 2 years in jail. As a
Quilly, hello
penalty.
and welcome.
Whereas if you're caught with cocaine, meth, or heroin, it's $100. What is the world going to here?
It's $100 unless you can't afford the $100 for your cocaine habit because you've already spent it on the cocaine. In that case, well, the government has, educational classes you can take that they'll waive the fine. So you can be a coke addict or a heroin addict, LSD, meth, whatever you want. It's okay. We understand it's a medical problem. And we shouldn't punish you criminally because of your medical needs. So, well, go take a health education class and you don't have to pay anything. Unless it's nicotine. Oh, man. You're going to jail and you better cough up tens of thousands of dollars.
The Daily Mail's right, over 1.3 million Australians do vape now. I think the government's got no chance of putting this genie back in the bottle. Whatever you think of vaping, their attempt to ban it is only going to force those Australians into a black market, which will be a massive boon for bikie gangs and triads all around the country. They will be laughing to the bank. Meanwhile, we'll do not enough to keep vapes out of schools. That's what the focus should be on. Our enforcement efforts should be on keeping these things out of the hands of school children.
And this is all about protecting the kids. That's what they keep crying about, right? We got to protect the kids. Oh, man, these vapes are just going to ruin it. They're going to become a next generation of tobacco users. Is that really what they're doing? Or is there something else going on here? It doesn't make any sense to me. Why, it's happening all over the place. And now there's talking of legislation in the UK to ban flavors as well and limiting the vape access there. They used to be the champion for the world. They used to be the epitome of what you wanted harm reduction to look like. Canada's gone by the wayside. They're now back banning and taxing, banning flavors and taxing vape products. And now the provinces want to put the same tax that the federal government has on vaping products in Canada. One by one, little by little, the dominoes are falling one after the other. Don't think that they're not doing the same thing here in the States. It's just you haven't caught on to it yet because America is a nasty beast. And we're filled with a bunch of patriots that will not let our rights go no matter what. We will defend them to the death if that's what it takes. We have free speech in this country, and we're going to use it to get the awareness out there, to get everybody aware of what can happen to you. You think it's only in Australia. That'll never happen here. Well, there's only 27 authorized products by the FDA in the United States. They're already talking about, the Department of Justice going after all these importers because they know that they can't catch it at the border. It's impossible. The sheer massive quantity of shipping containers that come into ports, they only check maybe 1 out of 100 of them. And it's only if they have a reason to suspect something's afoul there. So now the FDA is coming out with, they want a proposal put out there for regulation where every vape importer product in the world must register with the FDA so that number, that registration number, can accompany any shipment into the country. They're already working on trying to implement that same restriction here that is in Australia. And it's obviously not going to work. You're obviously going to end up having criminal gangs that are going to take over it. But I don't want to end up like Australia. I want the freedom to be able to drive to wherever I want to go to and walk into a vape store and say, hey, man, what do you got here that I don't already have? Because I want to find something better. I'm always looking for something better. And yes, the new stuff that just come out is going to be way better. But a lot of these vape stores aren't getting that kind of stuff in anymore. A lot of these vape stores have 7, 8, 10-year-old technology sitting in the shop because nobody bought it. And they don't plan on replacing it once it does sell. And you've got vape stores that literally have 20% off of everything in the store because they don't have the customer turnover they used to have. And when they do get a new customer in there, they cry the blues because, man, I can get online and buy this thing for half price. They don't understand that, that guy's got overhead. He's got to, pay the rent every month. He's got to keep the lights on. He's got to have an employee standing behind the counter to make the sale. All that costs money. Whereas when you're running it as an online business, all you need is a warehouse and half a dozen people to fulfill the orders. There's much less overhead. So, of course, it's going to be cheaper to buy it online. And this is all because we're here to protect the kids. We're here to protect the kids. No, you're not. That's a lie. We talked about that last week. You are not protecting the children. Last week, we talked about subsidies and how the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing because while you're giving farmers subsidies to grow things like sugar, You also have the other agencies in the federal government that are putting tariffs on and putting bans on and caps limiting how much you're allowed to import into the country, which artificially increases the price. The purpose of subsidies is to lower the price, to encourage people to buy stuff, right? But we're taxing it, so we're actually driving the price up because, simple economics teaches you that you have a supply chain. You have supply and you have demand. And that's what regulates price. Yeah, there's other factors, but ultimately that's what it boils down to. If you have more stuff than people can buy, price drops because people want to sell what they have. Pays them nothing to leave it sit on their shelves for years upon years. But here we are subsidizing childhood obesity. Is childhood obesity a situation that we should be concerned about? It is the number one chronic disease and death in this country. According to the CDC, around 14.7 million children and adolescents in the United States were obese between 2017 and 2020. 14.7 million children. And they want to cry the blues because you've got, a couple 100,000 kids that are trying a vape and use it daily. 19.7% of the total population of American children are obese, which is defined by the body mass index being greater than 95th percentile for their age and sex. Childhood obesity has become the leading cause of chronic disease for children and has increased significantly in these recent years. And it's no wonder. We just lived through this stupid pandemic, right? Mommy and daddy's businesses are all closed now. They got closed down because of the pandemic lockdowns, right? And were they able to open back up? Well, no, because they got one check from the government to make them feel better, right? And because they weren't allowed to be open, they still owed the landlord the rent for the shop. And, well, you just can't afford it, so you close the lease, close the business, and we're done. But that hasn't changed the fact that, because we're all in lockdown, sitting there watching TV, playing our computer games, and eating, obesity has become a serious health problem that has significantly gotten worse. Diabetes, heart disease, asthma, anxiety, and depression are now at astronomical levels in this country and is predicted to continue to get worse. A study by the HRSA, the Health Resources and Services Administration, found that the number of children aged 3 to 17 diagnosed with depression increased by 27%. And it increased again the year after an equal amount. Depression rates among teenagers in the United States and the UK doubled in the past couple of years. And more teenagers reported feeling lonely and isolated at school than ever before. Rising rates of adolescent depression in the United States. Here's some science to back all this stuff up. Rising rates of adolescent depression in the United States. Challenges and opportunities in the 2020s. Seriously? A total of 167,803 adolescents aged 12 to 17 years old were assessed annually using national surveys from 2009 to 2019. Rates of adolescent depression increased from 8.1% in 2009 to 15.8% in 2019. We just talked about a couple of weeks ago about how 30% of the United States is taking antidepressant medications. A third of the population of 330 million Americans are on antidepressant medications. It's utterly ridiculous that this is going on and nobody's talking about it. Nobody's doing a damn thing about it. But it's okay because we're banning vaping because, we want to protect the kids, right? You don't give a shit about the kids because if you were giving a shit about the kids, you'd be paying attention to what's actually hurting them. Sugar consumption has been linked to depression in children. Through multiple studies, through multiple decades of history. What happens when kids consume too much sugar? Go ask AI. What happens when kids consume too much sugar? They're going to tell you that the brain function is affected by it. Consuming too much sugar can slow down the brain and interfere with neurotransmitters that regulates mood. They want to talk about, oh, this is the depression stick. Oh, it's going to be horrible for you. No, this is what they're doing to treat the depression that you have and don't give a shit about. Blood sugar changes rapidly as soon as you consume the sugar. I just consumed this Grape NEHI and my mouth is just salivating from all the sugar that was in it. And then you get insulin resistance because constant high sugar levels and the dips that you have after consumption of sugar and your body releases the insulin and then you go crash causes insulin resistance. And that's the hormone that's required for the brain to function. We need to have an ideal sugar level inside of our body for our brain to function. And they want to talk about, oh, well, nicotine is going to mess the adolescent brain up and they're going to become an addict. But you don't have a problem with kids consuming all the sugar they want. That's more addictive than heroin or cocaine or any of these other things. The diet that we're feeding our kids nowadays is nothing but processed sugar. And it completely disrupts the brain chemical balance. Leaves the cognitive impairments. A diet high in sugar can lead to emotional disorders like anxiety and depression, in addition to their current circumstances that they're all living with and dealing with. That's why we're seeing so much depression and so much chronic disease in our children nowadays. The average American consumes 34 teaspoons of sugar a day, which is over 500 calories. With 16 calories per 4.2 gram teaspoon, that's 544 nutritionally devoid calories every single day. Over the course of a year, that's more than 100 pounds of sugar per average American. We talked about earlier about how a 12-ounce can of Coke is 39 grams of sugar, 9 teaspoons of sugar per can. You think that sports drinks and energy drinks are much better? No way, man. They're worse. Take a look at the sugar per serving. Coca-Cola is 39.8. Pepsi Original is 40.1. Sprite is 25.9. Ginger Ale is 40.5. A Mountain Dew is 46. A 600 ml bottle of Coke is 63.6 grams of sugar. Rockstar energy drinks. Kids are drinking all kinds of energy drinks nowadays. 50 is 83.5. V8 energy drinks. My mom gave me one the other day. I'm like, oh man, this actually tastes really good. How does a V8 taste this good? Well, it's got 53 grams of sugar in it. Red Bull has 27.5. Gatorade's 36. Powerade's 34.8. Is it really better? We talked about earlier about Hershey's candy bar, a full-size candy bar. How much sugar that has? 9 grams less than your average cola. What's the FDA doing about this? Is any of this getting banned? Are they putting restrictions on all the sugar consumption for the Americans, the children that they're trying to protect? Well, we're having a conference about it. And we just came to this realization just now. Has nothing to do with Robert F. Kennedy and this book just coming out, calling out the hypocrisy about how our regulations aren't protecting us. No. That has nothing to do with it. This is just a coincidence that we're just now getting around to talking about this. So we're going to have a conference because we had a conference back in September 28th, and the White House released a national survey to end hunger and increase healthy eating and physical activity by 2030. Man, we got a lot of goals set for 2030. How many of them are we going to reach? How many of them are actually working on? And how many of them are forcing adults to give up their rights to protect the kids from something that they're not doing for the reasons they say they're doing it? What's the FDA's role, man? Well, they want a bigger role, and they want you to give them more money. FDA plays a key role with a broader whole-of-government approach to help reduce the burden of chronic diseases and advance health equity by helping to improve dietary patterns in the U.S. Really? I don't see anything on Twitter ever about promoting healthy nutrition and eating habits, changing dietary patterns. I don't see FDA doing anything about that, but I see them talking about cigarettes and vaping all the time. And everybody's okay with it. Nobody gives a shit. These are all the things that we should be doing. But, we'll make a website about it and get around to it in about 5 years when we go, it's 2030 and everybody's dying like flies. They're all, following a moth to flames. So let's ask Google a question, all right? Since Google's the one that censors everything and they control everything we have access to, let's ask them a question. Who regulates sugar consumption in the United States? Was it one agency? No, we can't do that. Wait a minute. The American Heart Association, they're not a United States regulatory authority. The Food and Drug Administration is, and the United States Department of Agriculture is. They establish annual quotas for sugar imports. They also distribute the money for the farmers to grow more of it. And then we ban the import of it to drive the price up. And we make sure we drive the price up for the import so much that the tariffs that, were in place, well, it don't matter. It's worse than it was before. And then it gets even worse when you sit there and think about Starbucks, Dunkin', and all these other lovely coffee shops that are opening up, and how you see kids all the time walking around with their blended Frappuccino beverages, right? This beloved blended drink contains coffee and milk and ice and has 230 calories and 45 grams of sugar on crushed ice. And now it's time for the seasonal stuff to come out. Pretty soon for Christmas, we're going to have a gingerbread latte, another 310 empty calories. Or how about the typical classic caramel brulee latte? This seasonal variety only has 410 calories of worthless consumption. Your favorite pumpkin spice latte, October's right here, right around the corner, has 390 calories. And some grande-sized Starbucks drinks can contain over 60 grams of sugar. Almost 15 teaspoons of sugar in one coffee drink. And you're like, why are you talking about sugar? We're here talking about vape stuff. This is like, you're getting too far into the weeds, man. Get the facts, added sugars. We've had this our entire lives. Nobody batted an eyelash to it. There, you want a soda? First thing you offer somebody when they come over your house. Can I get you something to drink? What do you got? I got sodas in the fridge. What kind do you want? We all have them. We all buy them. And never think twice about, man, how come everybody's getting fat? Oh, it's calories in and calories out. You don't exercise enough and you're eating the wrong things. But nobody tells you what you should be eating. We can't do that. People aged 2 years and older are supposed to limit their added sugars, right? We talked about that earlier. And you'd be surprised to find out that their intake is supposed to be less than 10% of their total daily calories. That means for a 2,000 calorie diet, no more than 200 calories should come from sugar. That's 12 teaspoons of sugar. So you can't even have a can of Coke without going over your daily sugar intake. Children less than 2 years old shouldn't be giving any added sugar. Everything should be unsweetened. And that's not the case. Look at the baby food that's out there. Yeah, some of it has no added sugar. But as soon as you start handing them those little crackers to put in their mouths and all the junk food that we feed them, I remember when my kids were little, we used to give them those little cheese puffs. Man, did they love them. And it's no wonder, because their baby food had no sugar in it at the time. And that sugar is more addictive than heroin and cocaine. Definitely more than nicotine that we're worried about these teenagers doing to cope with their depression. Because nobody's asking, why are all these kids depressed? We can't, actually get to the root of the problem. Forget about McDonald's. We ain't even getting into that conversation. That is a poison pill for too many reasons. Where you have the average meal that we consume at McDonald's is like 90% of our daily caloric intake. 90% of our caloric intake in one meal. And that's assuming you have a diet drink. And we're not going to get into the whole conversation about artificial sweeteners and whether they're good for you or bad for you or better for you or worse for you. A couple more things. 1 in 6 children, because this isn't limited to just the United States. This problem is going on in UK right now, and the UK is actually talking about putting more taxes on. They're doing the whole Bloomberg mentality that he tried to pull in New York. We're going to tax all sugary drinks. That'll fix the problem. No, it won't. You can piss everybody off. That's what you're going to do. And people are going to find other ways around it. It's like everything else that they do. The government interventions don't work. If you simply leave it the hell alone and maybe give people the proper education like they did with smoking when we were kids, smoking is bad for you. Here's why. Here's the science that shows it. Make the right choice. Make better choices. Encourage people to make better choices. When you force people to do things, they're going to retaliate. They're going to do the opposite of what you want them to do. You want to ban content on this platform? Well, I guarantee you, the people like me are going to talk about it more and get closer and closer to the border of where we know that we're not allowed to be until we finally get you to realize that more conversation is better than trying to censor conversation, especially when it's based upon actual science and facts. Anyway, the UK government recommends that sugar make no more than 5% of a daily caloric intake. That's half of what the United States is. However, in the UK, people consume between 9 and 12.5% of their calories from sugar. 1 in 6 young people in England, aged 5 to 16, are experiencing a mental health problem. That's up from 1 in 9 in 2017. Nearly a third of 16 to 24-year-olds in the UK, 31%, reported evidence of depression or anxiety in 2017. And that's gone up even further because of COVID-19. It's gone up 26%, gone up another 26%. At what point in time are we going to actually call out the real epidemic in society? It isn't vaping by any stretch of the imagination. Just go look at the chart and the figures. 1 in 5 children and young people have a mental disorder in 2023. This is coming right from the NHS. They're starting to come around to it. There's no conversation of this in the United States at all. None. Have you seen the New York Times talk about this? Has CNN, NBC, ABC, any of the media networks? Of course not. In 2023, a survey conducted by tobacco control charity Action on Smoking and Health found that 3.7% of young people aged 11 to 18 vape regularly. 31% of them have depression or anxiety. And you want to get upset about 3.7% of them that are using a vape daily to cope with their shitty lot in life? Or their perception of their life being that bad that they have to be depressed or anxious about it? And they're actually talking about passing new laws, flavor bans. We need to ban all flavors from adults who, by the way, are still smoking, and not all of them have given it up. We're going to ban those flavors to protect the kids. You want to protect the kids? How about focus on what the real problem is instead of trying to ban the single best way to quit smoking? Yeah, it's bad, man. Links are going to be in the description below if you want to check this out. But the number of children, this was a year ago. The number of children in mental health crisis is at record high in England. NHS data reveals more than 3,500 urgent referrals of under 18s in May of last year. 3 times higher than it was during COVID. I would have thought that it would have been worse during the pandemic. But no, that's not what's going on. The United Kingdom is facing a mental health crisis for children. There's no doubt about it in my mind. There's many children and young people waiting for support and lack the resources to talk to mental health professionals. In 2022, 270,300 children and young people were waiting for mental health care after being referred to mental health services. They've already seen a doctor for their mental health issues to get the referral, and they're still waiting. 10% of children and young people aged 5 to 16 have clinically diagnosed mental problems. But 31% of them need help with their mental health condition. 50% of mental health problems are established by the age of 14, and 75% of all mental health diagnoses in your lifetime are achieved, if you want to call it an achievement, by the age of 24. Early intervention is where the key is there, and they're focusing on vaping because, they're vaping. Quit focusing on what the treatment that they've found for themselves is and focus on what the real root cause of the problem is. It's a chronic shortage of beds for mental health patients. It's a chronic shortage of healthcare providers. It's a chronic shortage of recognizing the problem and focusing your efforts where you can actually make a difference. And guess what? If you treated all that and focused on all that, I'd be willing to bet the number of kids would be even less who choose vaping to deal with their problem. In the UK, they're at least talking about this. They don't talk about this in the United States. We're too worried about who's going to be the next president and how bad one is and how good the other one is and how many adults are not smoking cigarettes anymore because, no, you shouldn't be vaping. That's bad for you. That's just as bad as smoking. Haven't you heard? Yeah, I did hear that, and I don't believe a fucking word you say because I actually read the science, and that's not what the science is. So maybe you should go read some science. This is the part that really shocked me. Infant mortality, right? That's what we judge a society by. What's your infant mortality like? That's what your healthcare system is judged upon. How are we taking care of our sickest people? And how do we prevent them from getting sick, right? You should be promoting this to get people to quit smoking, and that's improving their health outcome, right? Perhaps the most worrying is the rise of infant mortality means in the UK is now ranked 30 out of 49 OECD countries, well behind other European countries like Bulgaria, Romania, and Slovakia. How is it that the countries that we were idolizing as being the epitome for harm reduction, for health improvement, for social justice, and for social health care are fallen by the wayside little by little? Why are they not fixing the actual root cause of the problem? And why are they focusing on vaping? Oh, the kids are vaping. We got to ban it. Does that work? No. They banned it in San Francisco and smoking rates went up. And you can go and do studies in numerous other cities that have tried to do the same ridiculous thing. Prohibition doesn't work. It just makes the situation worse, especially when you look at Australia. Now you got fire bombings all over the place because you got criminal gangs that are controlling all the supply chains for what once used to be a legal commodity that anybody could open up a store and start selling. Because the only thing that they had, banned on was the actual nicotine itself. Which kind of has me wondering, why are they so against nicotine? Why is Canada banning pouches? Pouches are equivalent to pharmaceutical products. They're not pulling patches off the shelves or sprays or gums. Why are they going after pouches? There's no harm. There's no way that you can perceive that harm is worse in a pouch than it is in any of these other pharmaceutical products. It can't just be for pharmaceutical profits. There's got to be something else going on. It doesn't make any sense why all this is going on all at the same time. I don't know. I haven't figured that one out yet. But I do know that a Guardian article, just like this one we had before this one, found that 500 children a day are being referred to mental health services in the UK for anxiety and depression. How many of them are vaping? Nobody even knows, because we want to ignore the depression and the anxiety problem in their kids and the mental health of our children, because we need to focus on big tobacco. Big tobacco, they're bad. We need to obliterate big tobacco. Excuse me, big tobacco doesn't just sell tobacco. Matter of fact, they've been in and out of our food and drink industries my entire lifetime. Before I was born, they owned beer. They sold beer, right? But you didn't know that because you bought it as, Miller Brewing Company or whatever. But who owned that company? Big Tobacco. And they sold that, and they bought food corporations like Kraft. And they put their scientists to work on, making our food even more addictive, more satiating. But just like McDonald's, you go to McDonald's and you get yourself a beautiful lunch, and you eat it, and you're stuffed to the gills for about 15 or 20 minutes. And then you're like, man, I'm hungry again. You just had the entire caloric intake for the day practically. But the food is so good that you're not satiated and you're hungry and you want to go and spend more money on food. Well, NHS did get one thing right. They now have this new 111 system for the phone, like how we have 911, right? Well, here, if you have a mental health issue in the in the United Kingdom, regardless of whether you're a child or an adult, you can dial 111 and talk to a mental health professional to at least give you something. Not going to be able to deal with your problem like a proper mental health care professional would, but at least get you into the system, and maybe once this is up and operational, they can actually realize how big the problem really is. Because 200,000 phone calls a month tells me that there's a real problem. And just offering this, while a wonderful step in the right direction, is just dealing with the tip of the iceberg in the UK. All right, so getting back to some vape science here. We talked about, heat not burn. It's not smoke. Of course it's not smoke. Because you can take a look at the scientific studies that have already been done and not been done by big tobacco. Scientific studies that show that aerosol emissions from heated tobacco products, focusing on specific carbonyls, using analytical methods and experimentation quality, we can look at other studies and guess what we find out? It's not smoke. And it's not as bad for you as if you light up a cigarette on fire and you breathe that in. It's actually something that we should promote, because we still have a lot of people smoking cigarettes. And if they switch to this, their health income would get better. All right. So, question I have is, what's the deal here? Why is everybody in the world, especially the World Health Organization, so focused on stomping out nicotine? It doesn't make any sense to me. It can't just be because of Bloomberg saying, you have to go anti-vaping. If you're going to fight cigarette smoke, then you need to fight this. It can't just be because, all these do-gooder public health organizations would be out of a job, because when people give up smoking, what are they supposed to do? Their whole purpose in life was to try and stomp it out. Well, it's stomped out. Congratulations. Job done. Go home. Is it mission creep that's causing all of this to focus on not just cigarette smoking, but to focus on eliminating nicotine use? And who put the World Health Organization in charge? And who controls them? Yeah, we want to say it's just Bloomberg with his funding, but there's more than one person involved here. Is there something else going on that we don't know about? Well, here we end up back in the political arena and talking about politics once again. Because when Trump was president, he cut World Health Organization funding. Said, damn it, we are not paying for this crap to be told what to frickin' go do with ourselves. We're the United States. We make up our own laws. We do what we want to do. And if you want to follow us, cool. If not, that's cool too. So you think that they're excited about him running as president again? Do you think maybe they would want to stop this?
The UN. It's the largest international organization in the world. I can say this definitively. They are terrified of Donald Trump getting elected, and they will do anything in their power to ensure that that doesn't happen. I know, that sounds quite democratic. How do I know this? How do I know it for a fact? People at the UN told us just that.
So is globalism one of the goals for the UN?
Absolutely. It's a threat to the absolute power of the United States.
One of the defining features of this MAGA movement is the ultranationalism. And one of the main enemies are what they call the globalists, and the definition of a globalist.
One of the objectives of the UN is to create an identity of a global citizen.
They create this institution, which is the closest we've ever got to kind of like a world government.
You know,
Listen, I grew up in Star Trek. Elon Musk posted the other day how it would be nice if we had a Starfleet Academy. And somebody posted on there as a comment, a rebuttal to him saying, how about we stand behind leaders that actually stand up for what was portrayed as the fundamental human rights that is exemplified in every episode and in every iteration of the Star Trek series. Yes, eventually we will have one world government, but it's something that should be only implemented once we get everybody to drop their financial motives and focus on the improvement of society as their goal for every person living on the planet. That isn't happening anytime soon. There's too many rigged capitalist markets where the rich people have bought the politicians to change the laws to make the free and open market something that's only a fantasy in most people's minds. You think it's a free and open market until you go and you find out how many regulations you got to follow and what kind of rules you have to do and how much taxes you have to pay and how many license fees you have to pay. And then when you get done with that, then you have to pay for the inspectors to come and inspect you to make sure you're following all the rules that you don't even know what they are because you can't look them up. Anyway, that's going to happen someday. Ain't going to be in my lifetime.
the United Nations does not have its own army. Absolutely.
I'm not sure the United Nations as an institution is going to survive a second term by Donald Trump. The United States government funds 27% of the UN budget.
Is that more than anyone else?
Oh, by a long stretch.
A United Nations without the action of the United States backing it up, it's not going to be effective.
The purpose of Donald Trump is to end the international institutions that somehow level the playing field. It's a movement that is deeply nationalistic. It's America first, America, make America great again, America, America, America. He wants America first.
So does the UN not want him? Yeah, because I remember her.
We are terrified. They're terrified.
So the internal vibe of the UN is like no one wants Trump because of that?
Absolutely nobody wants Trump.
So is the UN just like useless now?
I would say for 95% of issues related to international peace and security, yes.
All right.
There you go. There's something else going on here in the background. There's a bigger picture at play. And they stated in there, and he goes on to correct them, that the United States share of the UN budget is no longer what he said it was. It's actually like 30% now. And I can show you the source for that here. But I like to look at things over the course of time, right? What has been the United States support financially of the United Nations over the course of time? When did it go up? How much did it go up? Did Congress pass any laws in place that limited our financial support of the United Nations. The United States has like 4.9% of the world's population. But we're paying 30% to the UN. How is the United Nations funded? Well, in 2023, the United Nations assessed the United States share of the regular budget at 22% and its share of peacekeeping budget at 27%. Unfortunately, for the United Nations, Congress caps contributions to the peacekeeping budget at 25%, which is leaving the United States in arrears. Wait a minute. I thought the United Nations was all a government body where you like discuss things and you don't just like charge people. Who made the decision that we're still in arrears? Our Congress is who authorizes the money to go there. So which one of the schmucks came up with the brilliant idea that we owe more than what we're paying? Was it something to do with the fact that, when Trump was president, he cut the budget and he cut certain activities of the UN and said, we're not paying for that, we're not paying for that, we're not paying for that, and we're definitely not paying for that. We need to manage our own immigration problems here before we pay somebody else to manage immigration problems on the other side of the planet somewhere. They didn't like that. And guess what happened? As soon as Biden took office, all this stuff got refunded. And at one point, I did some research on this. At one point, where was it? The share of the UN budget is 22% of the regular budget, 26.94% of the peacekeeping budget. The regular budget, the U.S. is assessed 22%. The highest share among UN members. China comes in second, and they only pay 15%. Japan is number 3 on the list and only pays 8%. Meanwhile, the U.S. is assessed 26.94% of the peacekeeping budget. Congress capped that at 25%, which is what leaves the U.S. in arrears. We agreed to something, and then Congress changed the law and said, we ain't paying that. We're just going to cut it back to 25. So the U.S. has accumulated over $1.1 billion in cap-related arrears. How do you like them apples? Yeah, 1994, the U.S. contributed 31.7% of the peacekeeping budget, but the rate was decreased by Trump and then increased again by our lovely president in office now. And I'm like, well, okay. I remember all this stuff about COP10 and stuff. I'm like, where in the budget does this tobacco control crap lay? Which one of these agencies and parts of the United Nations is actually funding tobacco control across the globe? It's not. It's not in the budget anywhere. Everybody, except the United States, it's a secret. Everybody that's a signatory to the FCTC is assessed a yearly cost to be a part of the tobacco control movement. So let's go alphabetical. Australia. Take a look at Australia. How much does Australia owe for the 2024-2025 year? $240,394 for tobacco control. How about Canada? Where's Canada? $299,282. How about all of European Union? How much does all of EU pay? $220,027 for all the countries in the European Union. Wow. How about Russia? $212,499 for tobacco control. And the UK? $498,230 for tobacco control. United States, big fat zero. Could not find an assessment for the United States. Doesn't mean we don't have some back channels I'm not aware of, or we're funding something else along the lines. But that's where we stand, man. Who makes up the rules? Who determines what we're supposed to follow and what we're not supposed to follow? Who determines what's appropriate for us to hear and what is misinformation? And how do I get that job? That's the question. Oh, my goodness. Did I miss anything? No. I think that pretty much covers it up for today. But Bull City Flavors, I placed my order. Looking forward to them. They already shipped my package. I got an email from them yesterday saying that they already shipped it. Because while we were all enjoying our Labor Day weekend, these guys were working their butts off, shipping all their new orders because of the coupon they have going on for Labor Day. That they always have going on for Labor Day. And Work Hard 24 will give you 15% off of your order. And if you spend like $100, you still get free shipping. I think it's $75 or whatever, but whatever. Definitely a good deal. Good deal. Loved it. I am so excited for when that order gets here. I got 3 recipes that I got missing ingredients for, so I'll be able to mix them up when they get here. I'll be doing that next week. And man, I'll tell you what, I really fell in love with this one. We mixed that up a couple episodes ago, the strawberry watermelon, episode 21. I plowed through that. I'm like, gonna have a bottle. I'm going to Cleveland. I don't want to run out while I'm there. There you go. Made another bottle. Ready to go for when we get back here. Let me pull up this recipe, show you guys. It's delicious. It's not like overwhelming as a singular flavor. It's not just strawberry. The watermelon's kind of a backseat in there, and it has a beautiful, juicy mouthfeel. Great recipe. Not mine. Something we made up on the random recipe one week. Where is it? Oh my goodness. Strawberry watermelon. There we go. There's the recipe. 2% dragon fruit, 2% TPA strawberry, which I was running out of. That's why I had to place an order. That was what started the order. And then strawberry ripe, 3%, a little bit of super sweet, just 0.5%. Sweet guava, 1%. And then we've got Flavora's watermelon and Flavora's wild melon. Flavora's wild melon. Do I need a forklift for my order? No. It's a small order. Listen, I don't have the budget I want to have for it. But, you know, when you start to run out of something, that's a perfect time to place an order. And then you got to get to the minimum shipping requirements. Because, you know, why am I going to waste money giving it for shipping when I can just buy all those in flavors and get the value out of a couple new things I didn't have before. Andrew says Raz released their flavors. Pod Juice is making it. Strawberry Lolly is worth a try. Yeah, that sounds good. Strawberry lollipops. We got strawberry lollipops. Actually, my wife has that one. What do I have here? Big Rally Blue Raspberry. I'd put this in, but you guys don't want to hear me sitting there chewing. Zot's Orange. My wife's like, have you ever tried this? I'm like, no, never heard of it. She's like, I'll get you one. I know you like orange. God, love orange. Hot diggity dog diggity. So, I guess it's time for us to move on to our hand checks. Did anybody submit any hand checks? So excited to be able to do this today. Oh, I guess I could show you that other vape shop. Wild contrast to the Berea Vape store. I don't know what's going on with Facebook lately. It just doesn't want to load. It just sits here and goes, I don't know. Is your internet connection okay? I don't know. I'm streaming, so the data's flowing. But for some reason, this doesn't want to open. And it's the only website that has been consistently doing it on. And I don't know why. Maybe the AI doesn't like it. I don't know. All right, so while it's loading, let's take a look at this other vape shop. And this is House of Vapes in Strongsville, Ohio. Awesome shop. Met the owner, Tony, there, or at least he was the one working behind the counter. And this is your classic old school vape shop. They have a little bit of everything that's actually a vape used by people who quit smoking or want to quit smoking. Jason, yes, I will check that. 20% off of all devices. Look at that. I'm definitely going to be going back and revisiting him because there's some things there. Ooh, look at my favorite one right there. My touch screen. I love that sucker. Hey, that one looks different than this one. This one's got the pistol grip on it. I don't see pistol grip on that. What is that one? Coil art, I got their stuff. Got a bunch of them. And look at the liquids. The entire wall, the entire surface of the wall is covered by different liquids you can choose from. Amazing. I even picked up one for us to try today with our retro vape. Oh, I guess I'll pull it out when we get to the retro vape. But I even bought an e-liquid from there. Now that's what I call a vape shop, man. Good thing my wife didn't go in there, man. She'd be over the disposable wall. Look, they have the bongs and stuff too. It's not like, they don't cater to that, but they're a vape shop. So the majority of the content in the store is for vaping. This is just ancillary that they added onto it. Because a lot of people in Cleveland, when they go to a vape shop, are looking for this kind of stuff too. So you're going to serve the customer's needs. That's the purpose of having a business. Anyway, loved it. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, you loaded this time. There you go. Look at that. Beautiful white geek vape mod. Is that the Aegis Legend? And what's this on top? A Horizon Masters tank with stock coils. filled with raspberry jam. We'll look at Jason's here. There you go. There's Jason's lovely tank setup. That's his hand check. Beautiful. Got the profile with stainless steel. Wait a minute. Stainless steel rope wicking? I don't remember seeing a profile like that before. I'm gonna have to dig in my shelf and see if I have. I thought I had all the profiles. Awesome. Awesome sauce. So, no hand checks there. I showed you the sugar, the candy store. I showed you Berea Vape. I showed you House of Vapes. How about the Hungarian Festival? I'll show you that. And then we'll jump into our dad joke section. All right. So it's pretty cool because I haven't seen any of this kind of stuff since I was a kid. There's maintaining your culture. That's what it looks like when you maintain your heritage and you teach your children what the cultural aspects were from the motherland, from your home country. And the day starts out with church services. They have Catholic and Protestant services there for you to attend church and have it heard in your native tongue. So it was in Hungarian. And then they have musicians there, live music on stage. Cimbalom. My mom's got one of these. She actually had brought over from Hungary. I never learned how to play it. It's like not a harp because you're using mallets to play it. Then they had the Hungarian radio channel there, live streaming all day. And there's the map. The simple layout. It was at the German Cultural Center. Nice to see that it's still going on. This kind of stuff typically gets dropped as time goes on. You know, generations don't uphold it. There's always a percentage of the population that was taught how to do it that strays away from it, or circumstances prohibit them, you know, staying involved. And it was pretty cool. They had this little shop that you could go around and buy actual Hungarian things. And one of the things that we picked up was a book for the love of paprika. And it has all different recipes, and every single recipe in the book has paprika as one of the ingredients in there. So my son actually picked this up. I missed this one the first time I walked through the store. But I'm like, hey, you're looking for dinner ideas? You can flip the book open one night and pick something to make for dinner. Had a great time there. My wife's thinking of taking us back for Oktoberfest. She's like, it's the German Cultural Center. They got to have Oktoberfest. I'm like, actually, yeah, they do. I think it's coming up in a week or two. You get to see the Hungarian culture. Now we can go see the German culture. It was fun. They actually offered lessons for people that wanted to learn how to do some Hungarian dance styles, dance moves. They had some cultural education there. After the dance group had performed, then anybody that wanted to learn how to do some of this stuff actually got to partake in it. And, it's kind of like learning square dancing when we were in school. Except this one's all based on your Hungarian heritage. So I thought that was pretty cool. Had a great time there. And I got to eat some Hungarian food that I don't normally get to have. I mean, yeah, we make chicken paprikash here, but and my wife even makes some cabbage and noodles, but it is not like the cabbage and noodles that they make traditional Hungarian style. She actually tried it there, and she's like, oh, that was so good. I'm like, yeah, because the cabbage is cooked much slower and for much longer. So it literally gets to be such a beautiful texture, and that flavor comes out in the cabbage. Truly identifiable. And they don't use any of the seed oil that we have nowadays. Everything's based on actual butter and lard and full fat. But hey, that's what it takes to make good, flavorful food. And then my poochies are like, you moved the box of bones. Are you going to let us have some? Well, I suppose I could let you have some. You want a bone? One for Maggie? One for Lucy? Lucy? And one for Jessica. Happy poochies. She's like, I'm out of here, man. I got my bone. See ya, bye. Make me go chase after it in my dog bed. Are you crazy? It was fun taking them out there. And my mom's at the age now where she doesn't want to walk around the festival. She didn't actually even want anything there because of her diabetes and her medicine. She can't eat the food because it's got too much salt in it for her. She watched our poochies. Puppy sitter. Did also get some Hungarian honey. Not that it's any different. It's not actually from Hungary. It's from a local beekeeper in Strongsville. But I'd always love to have honey. And that's one of the ingredients that we use in some of the foods that we make, especially the desserts. We would rather sweeten things with natural ingredients that were readily available than the ultra-processed stuff that's available nowadays. So you're not going to find high fructose corn syrup in Hungarian food. What do you say there, Mon? You want another one? Since you didn't get a real bone. There you go. Come on. Come on. Go get it. Look at that. What a thief. Jester's staring at me like, you didn't give me one. Well, no, because you didn't turn around and pick it up. Your wife stole it. There. Camera shy. The dude's always camera shy. That's what I should do. I should pull out my phone and aim it at him. He's too busy eating now to notice. Normally, if you pull out your phone to take a picture of him, he's like, I'm out of here, man. Ain't taking a picture of me. just doesn't like it. What? You're handing out more bones? All right, you get a half. Gotta go and get it. Go get it. Lucy. Maggie, go. Go get it. Doggie treat time. Well, since we got doggie treat time out of the way, I guess it's time for our dad jokes bumper.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Yo, what is a vapor's favorite fantasy film? Cloud Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Rod.
Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
The Hateful Eight. My entire life I've been told that this is supposed to be good for us. This is supposed to be good for you. No saturated fats. Their thinking behind that is the fact that if we don't consume saturated fats, then the fats that are in our body can join with the unsaturated fats and they can be excreted from our body. And the science is coming to show that it ain't that simple. You can't just consume a gallon of this and think that your health is going to be fantastic. It doesn't work that way. When you don't eat enough fruits and vegetables that actually enable the metabolism, none of this is ever going to leave your system. And you're just going to have your body turn it into fat that you carry around for the rest of your life until you work it off. Anyway. The purpose of separation of church and state is to keep forever from these shores, the ceaseless strife that has soaked the soil of Europe in blood for centuries. Religious freedom. Thank James Madison for that one. Hand checks. Stream must be slow. Mallory says that, what's going on here? Come on. Mallory says, no, there's no food here for you. Leave the candy alone. Dogs are digging into the candy. What's up with this? Anyway, Mallory says that, I'm just using the Vape Joy Foofda Mech Mod with the Drop Solo. Nice little 1850, 18560 mech. Ooh, that's a funky battery size. Cheryl Demmer says, I'm using a RAM with the Kylan M Pro RTA on top. RAM? I think I have that. I think I'll have to pull that out for next week's Retro Vape. It's a box mech mod, if I'm not mistaken. Got me on a mission for next week. Dusty's using the Geek Vape Legend with the Arbiter 2 and one with a Fat Rabbit. Awesome! It's going to pick up the Geek Vape 100 next month. off of a friend for $30. That's a bargain. 18650. Oh, okay. Okay. Listen, I know that there's plenty of old mods out there that have like 18350s and weird battery sizes. Yeah, the RAM is a Squonk mod, single 18650. Oh! I know I have a RAM here. I'll have to pull it out. I think we'll pull it out and do that. Squonk mod. That's nice because this was supposed to be a Squonk mod because I took a look at that retro vape and I'm like, well, that looks good. I don't have that one. What is that? 3 battery? I love 3 battery mods. I picked that thing up. I took a look at it. And I flipped it over and it said DNA inside. I'm like, DNA chip? How much you want for this thing? Take. Sold. Gone. So he's looking around. And he's like, I don't think I have a box for it. I'm like, well, it's made by H Cigar. That's an H Cigar box. This was supposed to be a Squonker. Well, I guess he must have sold the Squonker and put it in the other box. Whatever. We still have a retro vape for today. That's all I cared about. And it's something I never had before. And I really like the idea of a 3 battery box mod, especially with a DNA 250 in it, because I don't think I have a DNA 250 here. Hook it up to the software, be able to customize it. That's going to be some fun stuff there. What is the biggest threat to our freedom today? It's not Russia, it's not Iran, it's not China or North Korea. It's the corruption within the political circle that we keep leaving in office. Some of these schmucks, there's like 25 or 28 of them that have been there my entire life. Nobody votes them out. The whole system's corrupt. And when you do get somebody new in there that wants to run against them, they file lawsuits against them to even be on the ballot. How is that democratic? There you go. Not flat. We checked. We really did used to print 4 pages from MapQuest and travel like pirates. Remember that? It had a big stack of paper stapled, and we're like, okay, what's next? What's the next road? We're all spoiled now with Google Maps. But it is so nice, man. When I went to the Hungarian Festival, my mom's like, you know how to get there, don't you? Make sure you go down this road, go down Limburg, and go over, and then go like you're going to the airport, like we're going to church. And then when you get off at 130th, and then you come 130th all the way back. And I'm like, we got this, Mom. We got Google Maps. And it's not going that way because that creates a big triangle. We're just going to keep going, take Sprague to York, and we make a left turn on the York, and it's like 800 feet from the intersection. She's like, oh, no, you can't go that way. Mom, we'll be there in like 8 minutes. It's short. It's fast. Oh, it takes more than 8 minutes to get there. I'm like, yeah, the way you want to go. If you say so. Be safe. Have fun. I'll watch the poochies. One has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. I want to take it a step further and say one has a moral responsibility to prevent unjust laws from being enacted in the first place. Or we'll end up just like Brazil. I felt a great disturbance in the force. It's as if Brazilians' voices were suddenly silenced. Yeah, now they're getting ready to oust the schmuck that was the judge that came with that ruling to ban X in Brazil. Never stand up for the oppression of your constitutional rights. We have the right to free speech. We're not insinuating a riot or anything like that. We are simply voicing our opinions on things and trying to get other people to understand where we come from. So how do you report someone who makes Monday under the table? You shut the fuck up. That's how. Why you have to keep making other people miserable? Hand checks can go into the Discord server or on the post for the week, either on Facebook or on Twitter. Take your pick. There is a hand check thing in the Discord server, I believe. I know I have a dad jokes. Do I have a hand checks? I think I have hand checks. If not, I'll add it after the show today. There is a link for the Discord if you want to join below in the description on YouTube. And on Rumble. X doesn't have description for the video. Mongo100 says, I was always taught that the U.S. is not a democracy, but a constitutional republic. Technically, you're right, it is. We don't get to vote on the laws. We vote for the people who vote on the laws, which makes us a constitutional republic. That technically is not a democracy. Democracy would be each citizen got to vote on everything that's passed. I think it might be a better situation considering how many laws we have on the books now. But it doesn't help. And that's the other thing. I love the idea of term limits. Why do we have term limits for the president? Because we don't want somebody to have power for too long because it corrupts them. Why is it okay for senators to be there for decades upon decades upon decades? I think it should all be capped at 2 terms. That's it. You get 2 terms in the House, you get 2 terms in the Senate, and you get 2 terms for president. That's the only way we're going to weed this corrupt system of politicians that bought it off. We lost Citizens United, which means that any corporation can use their money as free speech to, support whoever they want. Forget about your rights as a human. They don't matter anything because you don't have the money to equal the free speech they have. Anyway, since we're talking about health today, here's the ingredients from store-bought bread compared to sourdough bread you can make yourself. Water, flour, and salt. Yeast will grow on its own. Only healthy yeast will continually survive. And you can take that starter batch and use it as the yeast to grow the next sourdough bread. Then you add to it and you keep that yeast growing. When the weather falls 1 degree below 70, it's time to stop the action. It's time to focus and shift into soup and chili mode. So excited for this. I've been craving for chili since winter when my wife was like, I'm done with winter. No more chili. Spring's right around the corner. I'm like, okay. I've been dying to have a good pot of chili. And ironically enough, my wife was on Instagram the other day and she's like, hey, did you see, what do you think of this? I'm like, what? He's like, the guy is goofy in the video, but watch what he makes. I'm like, oh, that's chili. It's different chili than we made before, but I love it. I love it. That's exactly what I've been craving all summer long. She's like, it's summer. You don't make chili in the summer. Ever. Yes, dear. Huge fight at local seafood diner. Battered fish everywhere. I think they should call the police and get a PFA. Battered fish. That's not good. Battered fish. Yup, canola, also known as rapeseed oil, really used to be used as an industrial lubricant to lubricate machinery. And a couple decades later, the oil was rendered safe for human consumption, and voila. Mallory says, chili in the summer is perfect to make chili hot dogs. Ooh, I love exceptions to the rule. Why does everyone say that's not democratic? We all have our own inceptions of what democracy means, right? What it means to live in a democratic state. We've all had varying degrees of education as far as the actual history of democracies. And most people only worry about, the democracy in the United States and what they were taught in grade school on what it means to be an American citizen, right? Social studies teachers, instilled in you freedom of speech and separation of church and state, and that's about where most people end up leaving the conversation. There's very few of us that actually went and studied it beyond what we were taught in school. You get interested in something and it's just like, I got to go down there. Well, let me read that book. Let me read that book. Let me read that book. My entire life, I've just been reading. I got 3 master's degrees and I had to do a lot of reading and a lot of writing to get those. But I get sidetracked all the time about different topics, and it's like, oh, I want to learn about that. What's going on there? And then it's like, the more you read, the more you learn, the more questions you have, because the more you make associations between things that seem like they're completely unrelated. But then it's like, wait a minute, I already know this and this and this and this about this. Well, it's not that much of a leap to jump to here. Is that really where it's at, or is it something else? That's how we end up with so many different conversations and divergence in the news. It's like, I'm not sufficient to say, let's just advocate for vaping, keep talking about the vape science, keep talking about how it's helped these people. Listen, that's what everybody's been doing this whole time, and it hasn't worked. So let's figure out what's really going on here, and, you know, figure out where the most energy needs to be expelled at. Mosquitoes and fleas, God's way of making you slap yourself. Well, it's one way to look at it. When one door closes and one door opens, other than that, it's a pretty good car. Well, that's not very safe. They got rid of one of the fire trucks we had in town because the door opened up on the way to a call. I think personally it has to do with the fact that the engineer wasn't doing his checks on the truck. Because when I was chief engineer at the fire hall, none of that shit ever happened. As soon as the problem was found, it was taken out of service and fixed. You don't get rid of a truck because the door opens. You fix the door handle. Please don't tell me how to live my life. Okay, well, please don't leave dead hookers in our bathroom. That's another thing. Why haven't they legalized it? It's been going on since the day of the Bible. You know, people want to do what they want to do. They want to get paid for it, so be it. You know, it should be like harm reduction. You hand out needles to people that are going to use drugs, whether you give them the needles or not. At least if you give them the needles, you can reduce the prevalence of AIDS and a bunch of other communicable diseases, hepatitis and whatnot. Same thing with the hookers. If they legalized prostitution, hookers would be able to go to, you know, mandatory screening for disease and, you know, treatment and stuff like that, and whatever. Most people have blinders on, don't want to look at anything except what they think is ideal. Meanwhile, prescription drugs are the leading cause of death because it's safe and effective, except when it's not. Then we don't talk about it. What type of drugs are the worst? Psychiatric drugs are the third leading cause of death in the United States. We're not even getting to the over-treatment and overuse of them and how regulation of that whole industry and the whole, you know, painkiller problem that the politicians have literally cracked it down. Now we got people that are suffering pain that aren't allowed to have the pain relievers that they need to have to deal with their lot in life and their current situation. A friend posted this and made me laugh harder than I probably should have. Homeschool marching band. Yeah, I can see that. Not quite the same thing. I was in marching band. First year in marching band, I played the valve trombone. Because we had, in our high school, we had a concert band during the winter, and we had an all-brass marching band. So those of us that played wind instruments, I played clarinet, well, we had to learn how to play a brass instrument for marching band. So valve trombone was the first year. In my sophomore year, I learned how to play the real slide trombone because I'm like, that's not a trombone valve. You gotta have a slide. So I learned how to play slide trombone. And then my junior year, the marching band director said, your senior year, there won't be anybody playing sousaphone, so I need you to play sousaphone this year. You already know how to play valve trombone. It's not that much different for sousaphone. It's actually easier because you don't have to carry it out here. You wear it. Okay, I'll learn sousaphone. And then was section leader, sousaphone, my senior year. It's pretty bad when our food tells us to go F off. I don't ever recall eating Chick-fil-A. Everybody talks about it like it's great, God's gift to chicken, but never had it. I certainly never had chicken nugget flick me off. I was addicted to Tide Pods, but now I'm clean. They didn't ban Tide Pods because all the teens were doing it. They just put warnings on the box. Called it a day. This has got to be one of the best photos of the entire year. What are you looking at, boss? What's over there? It's amazing how much our pets are like us. I'm about 5 pounds away from Google Maps listing me as a roundabout. The typical salary needed to become a homeowner in the United States is now $106,500, an 80% increase from the $59,000 required in 2020. Well, that's one way to solve a housing crisis. You just can't afford it. People don't know their true power. The only reason that schmuck's standing there is because y'all frickin' stand by it and don't oppose him. Part of me thinks I need to actually run for office and get one of these schmucks gone. I don't care where I gotta move. My daughter's grown and gone now. Nothing's stopping me, keeping me here. My wife and I can move wherever we want. And Kenny's not here, so this isn't going to be as good. It's not going to land as good as it would have otherwise. Not that it's actually that funny. When did these become 2 pounds? Make scallops in a bun 50 pence again. That's one thing that we never go back to. Once the price goes up, it never goes back to where it was. Somebody was crying the blues the other day. They're like, this gas prices are ridiculous. Some other schmuck told him, hey man, it just dropped 20 cents. He's like, yeah, but it's still $2 more than it was a year ago. Many people don't realize the struggle of the tally man in tallying the bananas. Come, Mr. Tally Man, tally me bananas. I don't want that job. Due to the rising cost of ammunition, I will no longer be able to provide a warning shot. Thank you for your patience and understanding in these hard times. Yeah. That might be the end of Subway. The only reason they got to be so popular and grew as fast as they did was they advertised their food. Their franchise was started by a physician trying to make healthier food options available for people. That sounded good, but what actually got them coming back was the fact that a footlong was only $5. You could afford it. It was reasonable. Yeah, now they want $15 for a freaking footlong, if you're lucky. America is not broke, we're being robbed. IBM got $324 million in tax rebates on a $500 million profit. Amazon got a $129 million tax rebate on $11 billion in profits. Netflix paid no income tax on $856 million in profits. Might have something to do with the government subsidies to create content that they wanted promoted, to change our opinion on things. Shh. We talked about subsidies last week and how there are so many companies on there that they're like, why the hell are they getting a subsidy? Netflix is one of them. Why would the government pay Netflix a subsidy? It's to make content or to change the production of content to include or disclude certain things. Little by little, social media and our entertainment networks are out there changing our perception of what is normal, what is acceptable, what is commonplace. Things that weren't in existence when we were growing up is now a far cry from what it used to be. And we're supposed to accept it because that's normal. You can't say that that's not normal. Just look at all the programs we have. Coors beer got $23 million tax rebate on $1.3 billion in profits. GM reported a negative tax rate on $4.3 billion in profits. How the hell do you get a negative tax rate? The government pays you? What? How do I get a negative tax rate on mine? I claim this entire studio on YouTube that I'll never make $1 at. A business that loses money every freaking year. Especially with YouTube demonetizing us. I don't get a negative tax rate. Everything I spend on here becomes a tax write-off. As long as it's included in a video that's longer than 20 minutes long. Hence another reason why we do these, 5-hour vlogs. So that anything I do a review on, I don't feel obligated to make it 20 minutes long. I can make it an 8-minute video. And as long as that same product is included in our 5-hour vlog, it's a tax deduction. If buying isn't owning, then pirating isn't stealing. Wait a minute. This is about game developers, but it ain't just game developers now. That means the software that we have, all the software, you don't actually own it. If you read the fine print in it, it says you don't own it. You are getting a license to use it. So I pay you, and I get nothing for it. It's just nothing. The use of it. No wonder all this free stuff is out there, and they just shove advertising in you, and they sell your information. Oh, here we go. More comparison. Ice cream then, which I'm convinced that this candy store I went to, I'm convinced that their ice cream was not commercial ice cream. It was homemade ice cream using milk, honey, vanilla, and egg yolks. That's it. It was so delicious and so creamy. Nothing like any ice cream I've ever bought in the store, which is pasteurized milk, canola oil, refined sugars, guar gum, carrageenan, fructose, natural flavors, xanthan gum, artificial flavors, and who knows what else. This I thought was pretty interesting. Hippies rule, man. We can save around 4 billion trees per year if we switch back to using hemp for paper instead of timber. It's a good idea. And it kind of makes sense if you think about it. Take a look at it. When this plant grows, it's tall, skinny, has lots of leaves. Every single surface area of that leaf is converting carbon dioxide into oxygen. We don't have a carbon problem. We have a lack of hemp problem. This blew my mind, okay? I came across this thing. I was scrolling Facebook the other day. And when I was scrolling Facebook, this is what I saw. Violent or graphic content. This photo is covered up so people can choose whether they want to see it or not. I'm like, like your typical rubbernecker driving down the highway after a crash. What's that? Violent content? Graphic? Hey man, I've been off the ambulance for a long time. You got blood and guts over there? Let me check it out. What do you got? What is so violent and graphic that you must censor it unless we opt in to see it? That's what it was. That meme, that picture right there. Dear God, I bow my head and ask, if it be thy will, please save this land from those who seek to destroy it. Amen. How the fuck is that violent content or graphic? This country's going to shit in a handbasket. Yeah, it popped up on your news feed too. Crazy, man. And this was Labor Day weekend, so this is what we saw when we were leaving Pennsylvania. Every one of the state cops are out there working overtime. Holiday weekend. Didn't slow anybody down, except when they saw them. Okay, now we've officially have a wet willy for us to take a look at. And I thought my day couldn't get any worse. See, I declared my official relationship today. Threw it on all social media. I'm in an abusive relationship with the U.S. government ever since I wanted to quit smoking. And that be the whole God's honest truth. Built in Switzerland, Solar Impulse 2 is the world's largest solar-powered aircraft, setting a record by flying 40,000 kilometers around the world using only sunlight and solar panels. And here we go. This sums up the current election cycle. Trump, build a wall. Harris, we're going to build a wall too. Taxes. We're not going to collect taxes on tips anymore. Any ideas? Any other ideas you want to follow from Trump? You're going to make America healthy again? This is the reason why we need a third political party in this country. If for no other reason than to get conversations and topics actually talked about. There's no guarantee that once they get into office, they're actually going to follow through with it. But at least get these topics of conversation in the national ideology and thinking in the brains of people going, hey, man, let's talk about this. Is that shit really good for you? We've been told this whole time that we're supposed to use corn oil and vegetable oil. It's so much better for you than lard and fat because, you know, lard and fat gives you cholesterol and builds up shit in your arteries. And here we come to find out that didn't work. That was a lie. There you go. This is the official starter pack. I think we should start selling this on this channel. Try and make some income. Why won't this damn drawer open starter pack? Nice grater, potato masher, and a massive ladle, which I'll be using later for chili. Not the weather's actually changing. Mark Zuckerberg is free because he sells people's personal information and censorship industrial complex wishes for the people that are actually in charge of this freaking country and what we're allowed to hear and see. Pavel Durov is not free because he does not sell people's personal information and believes that, well, if you want to have a private conversation with somebody, you should have a private conversation with somebody. And if you want to have it with somebody that lives on the other side of the planet, well, it should still be private. Just because you're not standing in the same room inside your own home does not negate your right to privacy. The bane of my existence. They just sit on my counter. Good point. My wife's got that jar. She's got that Pioneer Woman jar in the thing, and we put the big things in there sticking out. Plus, that way she can only keep out what she uses all the time. And then the rarity things that we hardly ever use, those get stashed away. And for the UK, William, this one's for you. You know, you were crying the blues as a pensioner. You're going to be shortchanged with all these policies, increasing economic costs, increasing energy caps. Well, I figured it out. This is how you can make sure that you're not going to freeze this winter. Get your ass in a boat and come on shore like you were a brand new immigrant into the country, and you'll get everything taken care of for you. And if you don't like it over in the UK, you can do the same thing here in the United States. Just show up in New York City and declare yourself an immigrant that you were afraid that, you know, your country was going to kill you, so you had to flee from your country. And we will welcome you with open arms and put you up in a hotel room and give you health care and everything else. But fuck the American citizen. You don't get shit. you got to pay. And when you get done paying, we're going to find another way to make you pay more. This I thought was interesting. Elon posted this as a retweet or share from somebody else. From 1868 until 1913, 90% of the entire federal budget and their revenue came from taxes on liquor, beer, wine, and tobacco. And they were happy that they got that much. What the hell happened between then and now? And why are we okay with it? Twitter files reveal that the FBI paid Twitter $3.4 million between October 2019 and early 2021. So in other words, American taxpayers paid Twitter via the FBI and CSI and all these other organizations to censor American citizens, and Joe Biden was the beneficiary of all the censorship. Wait till the truth comes out about all this whole COVID situation and how nicotine plays a role in that. I'm sure you guys have seen plenty of that stuff going on lately on Twitter. There's a video on there that just constantly plays, and this guy, I first caught onto it because the guy was actually talking all the facts about nicotine use. And I could play the video here and then cut it to pieces, but what's the point? Getting a chance of ruining this episode, getting another one taken off of us. But he talks about all the true things, but he doesn't pay attention to the dose is what makes the difference. Yes, potatoes and tomatoes and all nightshade families have nicotine in them. But when you try to say that that's the cure for cancer and the cure for COVID and the cure for this and cure for that, the dose is what makes the difference. You know how many tomatoes you'd have to eat to get 7 milligrams of nicotine? A lot of these conspiracy theorists oversimplify everything. You don't understand the true science behind it and go, you're right, but you're wrong. You're more wrong than you're right. Although what you said was right. You just simplified it too much for people to understand. They need a dump truck load of potatoes to get the nicotine required to do any kind of medicinal value. So here's to all the people in the world that deal with dummies on a regular basis. Cheers. And yes, I am addicted to my coffee. The government, whenever you have a valid criticism of them, and this is mocking the UK and their current streak of arresting people for stupid things like, I don't know, praying. Well, you're disturbing the peace. By praying? Kind of like when they did that here in the United States and people didn't talk about it here either. People were standing in front of a Planned Parenthood and they were praying for the souls that were lost to abortion. And what happened? They got arrested for disturbing the peace. Seriously? No, that's not the way things are supposed to be. The FDA studies tobacco once again. Look, we found nicotine in this one too. What about the artificial sweeteners, the tobacco scraps that they swept up off the floor and threw back into the cigarette rolling machine, the sugar they spray on it, the ammonia, the dioxin, the glue, the radiation, the chlorine, the accelerants that are on there, and now the filters that are required to be treated so that a cigarette doesn't just keep burning like it did when we first started smoking. All this new stuff, you know, every half a centimeter, there's a ring on that paper that puts the cigarette out unless you draw air in to burn past it. They don't care. Maybe Kenny is right. Maybe this is all a bunch of population control. I don't know. I don't have enough science or data to back that statement up yet. I'd love to, but I don't. One of these days I'll figure it out. One of these days it'll come out in the open. Especially now that AI is actually available there. And if you get AI that is one that doesn't have built-in censorship, there's going to be all kinds of conclusions and assumptions that are going to be proven and disproven based upon the fact that it's going to have access to everything. Just a matter of learning which is true and which is false and which is misinformation and which is a straight-up lie. It can only be one truth. If you look into it enough, you understand it enough, you can figure out this is true and this isn't true. This one sounds true, but the facts don't line up with proven science. Like this guy that talks about, nicotine curing this and curing that. Yes, it's good. We take a look at the nicotine Wikipedia and you can see ulcerative colitis is one thing. Matter of fact, I was watching House the other day. Mongo 100, hello and welcome. Free Ride Vapor, hello and welcome. I was watching House the other day and I had to laugh because they even sit on there. There was one guy that came in and he had digestive issues. And I think it was ulcerative colitis that he was diagnosed with. And then House prescribed him 1 cigarette per day. He's like, aren't these going to kill you? Aren't these addictive? Yeah. Do you want some pills instead, or do you want to just have 1 cigarette a day? If you're not addicted to them, just have 1 cigarette a day and your ulcerative colitis symptoms will go away. They said it right on TV, on House. Yeah, I know it's a entertainment program, but it's based on fact. That's all the nicotine it requires for your ulcerative colitis symptoms to be managed without having to use pharmaceutical drugs. Doesn't work for everyone, but it's based on true science. Hot diggity dog diggity. We're at the 3-hour mark, and I think it's time for us to get into our retro vape. Thanks to House of Vapes. Yeah, retro vape. Hey, I don't know why I always do this to myself. It's time for us to do our retro vape, and I got all this other stuff here. I didn't clean up after myself. What's going on with the microphone with me over there? There you go. Candy cigarettes. Anybody want any candy cigarettes? Or you can have some bubblegum cigarettes. Not banned. You want any tobacco pouches that are not tobacco pouches, but they're bubblegum pouches? You know, like the ball players used to have when we were growing up. Not banned. Not good for you. Not banned. Not gonna be banned. I guess that's the purpose of having a candy bowl. Want some beer? Beer flavored jelly beans. All right. We are going to tear into this. I know it's retro vape time. I started with the retro vape, but I can't pass this up. How do you open this thing? It doesn't. What the heck? Hey, look at that. Well, that's a cool container. I do like that. Alcohol-free, lift to open jelly bean factory. Does smell like draft beer. I worked in a bar way too long to know what that smell tastes like. It legit tastes like beer. And they're addictive because of that sugar rush. Holy cow. All right. I don't know how long this sat on this guy's shelf in his vape store. But all these little protectors are starting to peel off. So let's get rid of them the rest of the way. I knew something was amiss when I looked up and I saw this tank. And I'm like, wait a minute, I've seen this before. I'm like, yep, that's the Sigelei Moonshot. How can you verify it? I need to cover up the ending of that URL, but it says right there. Built by Sigelei. So we'll get to that. But this mod was manufactured by H Cigar. And you don't hear about them too much anymore. I actually looked up the one review I could find, and it was on, I think it was on Reddit. And the guy did publish a video on YouTube 7 years ago. And you see this is the VT 250S. Number 121. Has a DNA 250 on it. As soon as I saw that, DNA 250, I'm like, sold. I wanted a DNA 250 board. And then the fact is, that's a 3 battery mod. That's just like my cup of tea right there, man. I used to love that Wismec 3 battery mod. So let's throw a set of batteries in there. All right, so negative here, positive here, and what do we got? Positive there, and negative there. There you go. Drop it in. Evolve DNA 250. Wow, that was quick. Check atomizer. All right. I'm not going to wait. .17, 56 watts. That's the arbiter. We'll throw that on here. Filled with our strawberry watermelon. 55 watts. Reads 0.18. I totally understand now why people say DNA boards are so much better. Listen, Jackaroo, there's nothing wrong with this Jackaroo, right? I love the display on it. I love how good this works, right? Here is a 7-year-old mod with a DNA 250C board, DNA 250 board in there. The flavor coming out of this is better with this mod than with this Jackaroo. Voltage regulation matters, and how they regulate the voltage, it's just, it brings out notes in this e-liquid that weren't present with 1 watt higher output on this than what's on this one. This one's set at 55. This juice is sweeter. I can taste that wild melon more in this than I can off of That. And that's the only thing that changed. I'm literally taking the tank off of this one. Dropping it on here. You see it's a 56. I'm going to drop it to 55, make it exactly the same. It is a very subtle difference, but a distinct difference between the DNA board and this one. Who makes this one? Vandy Vape makes the Jackaroo, I think. That's unbelievable. You have to experience it. Is it a night and day difference? No. If your coils are shit, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. I just redid this before we left. 0.18. This one read it at 0.17. Wow. It could also be, it might not be the board. It might be the fact that there's 3 batteries here versus a single 21700 in this one. I don't know. That is beautiful. And it is so comfortable in the hand. Having that third battery and the trigger finger. You know, just like I have for my smock, how this is comfortable with the trigger finger right there. And that literally rests on the web between your fingers. This has no web, but putting your pinky finger on the bottom and leaving it sit there, it's just natural to hold and fire this mod. And this thing's 7 years old. Unreal. All right. So this thing came with this Supremo Moonshot, Sigelei Moonshot tank. Let's see if we can take some round wire coils and throw in here. Because it's got a little tiny deck. This is my complaint with this. So when you put it in here, the center loaded pin that's springy will push that deck up. See how it's just floating in there? It's literally that little ledge in there that rests on these corner posts and pushes this down. That's right. I knew that when I bought it. I can't hold it against the guy. I legit walked in and I said, I want you to show me the oldest thing that I don't already have that I can use as a retro vape for the show. He's like, okay. What do you want to look at? I was looking around. I got that. I got that. I got that. I got that. I don't have this. What is this? Never seen that before. 3 battery mod? I'm interested. I could use some of my homemade wire, Clapton wire. That was a pretty shitty job when I first got started. Or whatever. Can make my own, or can pull some actual wire out. What's this one? BP Mods, Clapton number 1. It's 30 gauge Canthal A1 ×2 wrapped in 40 gauge Nichrome 80. That's some good wire. And I don't have to use round wire. And the size of that looks good. Where are we at? So if I go to a 3 millimeter wrap, each wrap is going to be 0.155 ohms. Recommended builds 2.5 millimeter 5 wrap is going to be a 0.88 for mouth to lung. That's more than mouth to lung. Be a 0.44. Where's the other one? That's their number 1. Let's look at their number 3. This is 26 gauge Canthal times 2, wrapped in 40. 2.5 millimeter 5 wrap. It's going to be 0.35. If I go to 2 millimeter, yeah, I'm gonna stick with that. 2.5 millimeter. No, I'm gonna do a 3 millimeter wrap. Where's the 3 millimeter coils? Let's see what this looks like. My wife picked this up for me. She's like, you put your first coil you make in this and save it for later. Take a look at it. How does that fit in there? What's that look like? It's a little bit smaller. That'll work. But I am going to do the 2.5 millimeter wrap. I used straight round wire for this last time, and I just was not happy with the results. So let's see if we can make this work. .5 millimeter. There's a 3 back. There's 2.5 millimeter. Let's pull some of this off. One, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Lost again, going back around. Dreaming of a time when I get things right. Lost in the shadows of a million stars.
I have to hint to these old schoolers. You had to have some dedication and perseverance to be able to do this. Come on, why won't you go through there? Now I know why people stuck with round wire back in the day. Manipulating this kind of mass is not easy. Do a little space coil there. Let's give it a wing this way and a wing this way. See if she fits through now. Oh, that goes in much easier. Unfortunately, there ain't a whole lot of room inside this tank for those coils to fit there. And I still got to put one in from the other direction. So we snip that and snip that. And there's our goofy ass winged coil. Now I need to make another one exactly like it to come in from the other side. Find the flat side of the coil or the wire, the Clapton wire. Let's do this again. One, two, three, 4, 5.
Slow down and listen for a heartbeat with everything in motion.
Bend that out, give a little space to it. All right. Get this down to a more manageable size. I could make this easier on myself by using my non-morning pliers. Pre-bending this up a little. That's not too bad there. But it's so weird trying to hold this in place. Clip there. Clip there. Now we have to insert it from the other side. Tighten that down. Tighten that down. How's that look? Not too bad. Now the question is this going to touch this tank at all? Ha ha. All right. Put that down, slide this down, and tighten her up. We still got to put Wicking in there. I wonder if this is one of those troll doll tanks. See what she comes out in. .2 ohms. Nice. Okay. Now we just need a little bit of cotton. What do I have here? Do I have anything small? Out of firebolt, I think. That would have been perfect. That's all right. We just have a little piece left. See how that goes. I guess I should, I know it's spaced, so I don't have to necessarily dry burn it to get rid of hot spots, but I do need to try and get rid of some of that oils from my fingers on there. Let's see how this handles it. There's a lot of heat coming from there. Have another jelly bean while we're waiting for this to cool off. Oh, and I didn't do my random recipe. I mean, my adult beverage. Then you're eating this beer. All right, while that's cooling off, let's do an adult beverage review. For your entertainment today, I picked up some Italian ice from Right Coast. This is a lemon vodka freeze. Real fruit and real vodka. 7.5% alcohol by volume. Very interesting. Picked this up in Ohio. What a weird way of opening it. You have a little pull tab. As I spill it into my coffee. Fortunately, the keyboard tray was pushed forward. Lemon vodka freeze. Italian ice. Definitely smells very lemony. It smells like a real lemonade. Like you get it at a county fair. Ooh, that's good. It's not so sweet. The lemon is very present, and it's not just the lemon juice flavor. You get like this rind characteristic to it, and it's not sickeningly sweet. It's got a fizz to it. Wow. Yes. Distinct sharpness to the lemon, and also my jowls are just watering like crazy. It's not a very sour lemon, but it's a very punchy lemon. Like, you know, the pith on the lemon with the little white part of the rind? If it tastes like, you know, you bit into the lemon, if you put a lemon slice in your mouth and you bit into it and you got some of that rind with it. Not quite the zest. But it is a very punchy lemon. Man, is that delicious. It doesn't taste like an Italian ice. Although, if you poured this over shaved ice, well, that would be a fantastic beverage. Kind of like a slushy, a lemon ice slushy, Italian ice slushy. Wow. I've made plenty of, lemonades at home, just straight up lemonades, because I don't like to have so much sugar with it sometimes. I just want it, just to be a nice lemon water. This is way punchy in the lemon flavor. And like I said, it's not just lemon juice. It's not just the sour characteristic of the lemon. You actually get like that rind feel to it. Not so much the zest. The zest is more of the oil on the outside of the lemon. You would scrape to put in like a cupcake to give it that punch. Wow. That is actually really good. That's a perfect summer beverage. Because unlike when I drank that grape soda, the grape NEHI, and my mouth was just covered in this whole sugary thing, and it's just like, I want more, I want more and more. This one's actually refreshing. Like I drank to it, my jaws are still puckered up, but it satiates my thirst. Let's get back to a retro vape. What a weird way to open it. It works. Just wrap a towel around it next time. All right. Need a little bit more. That's not quite enough. Oh, you can feel that tension. The coil grabbing a little bit. That's nice. Not quite as much as I would like, but let's see how this one goes. See if this is too much. I think it might be. Feels more than that other one was. Well, put that back on there. You didn't need to take it off. Okay. So now we have both of those. And try the troll doll. Running it up through there. Okay, tighten that down. 0.19. Where's our little skizzers? I snipped them all off on the top. And then we're going to take and tuck it down. It's too much.
Just one glass in, you're already on my mind when it gets late. I always
That is so tight in there. So let me guess, this side will drop down easy because of the way the coil leads come off. Didn't thin it out. That's probably what I need to do. because that is thick. Give it a haircut. Oh yeah, that dropped on beautifully. That dropped on there. How about this side? Still too much. Pull the rest of it up. Thin it out a little more. Yeah, that feels better. It isn't all going down in there. Who dropped in to see us? Chris Earl, hello and welcome. We got the Sigelei Moonshot here. Trying the old troll dial. Oh, no. Oh. Disappointing. Man, it's just a pain in the wick. All right, we're going to try something different. A little meticulous having to get this wicked properly. Okay, we're going to cheat a little.
Down there. Maybe on there. Not on there.
Hey there, Kenny. How you doing?
Stop that thing.
EVE Online on Mac immerses you in a universe with thousands of star systems like never before.
You doing?
Stop that thing.
Hey there, mate.
Holy moly, just go through the door.
How was work today?
Busy. Still got my uniform on, man. God. Literally walked through the door. Ah.
I am trying my damnedest to get this Wicking here.
Oh, what we got?
This is a Sigelei Moonshot.
Ah, very good. I'll just go and grab my coffee. I've just got the kettle boiled. Me 2 shakes.
No worries. All right. So it does fit in there. Don't have to try and fiddle the widget in there. Try and get this wicking in. It does drop in. And that should work. It's blocked off. It's damming up against this opening. This looks a little... So that should be good. What am I putting on this today? Well, I've got this beautiful Italian ice. So when I stopped in at House of Vape, well, I picked up some Vapetasia vape lemonade. 6 milligram. Be perfect to drop in here. Look at that. Squirted up my nostril. Meanwhile, I swore I'd never buy e-liquid in Ohio because of their tax. But here I am. Coming home with something different. I'm getting the sweetness first. I get a hint of the lemon. I definitely smell lemon. But it's not like a very punchy lemon. It's like a piece of lemon candy on the taste. I want to say there's some raspberry in this as well. There goes my allergies.
Right, I'm with you. Hang on, get me a little meaty thing out. See, this will work. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Come to Daddy. You're under ear 3, aren't you? Da-da-da-da-da. Boom. Job's a good one. Job's a good one.
Well, hopefully I wicked it properly and it doesn't flood the tank. I want to make sure I leave air pocket in there. So when I close this down, it doesn't pressurize this tank.
Don't mean to be the pain in the wahoosies. You're very fucking loud.
Hold on.
Oh.
Better?
Yeah.
Auto gain control is on. All right. So here's our retro vape. I don't know what part you were able to drop in on. I went to a vape shop, House of Vapes, in Strongsville, Ohio.
Just as you were Wicking. I've dropped in there.
It's a DNA 250 board in here, mate.
Oh, weird. Did you get the bargain price as well?
For a DNA 250C, yeah, that's bargain basement price. For a vape that's 7 years old, it could have been cheaper, but I'm not there to,
Yeah, you paid for the board, haven't you? You paid for the board.
So there we go.
Well, since I'm getting all them oils and wicks, I've been on my R tank. Me rabbit R tank.
Nice.
What the hell? If it burns out, I've already got another year's supply to replace it with. So what the hell?
All right, so this is how he had it setting up inside the shop in the display. I'm like, what is that? That looks cool. It looks old. I like, okay.
That's a nice looking board.
So this is the H Cigar T250C.
3 batteries and the biggies. Ooh, hell yeah.
I'm like, Sigelei Moonshot. It sucks. I've had it before, but whatever. I don't give a shit. I'm buying it for the mod. I'm not buying it for the tank. I can always swap out the tank, which I did. I put the Arbiter on there, and holy shit is that DNA board and the 3 batteries set up in here. Way better than a single 21700. In a bunch of nuanced and subtle ways.
Damn.
0.19, 55 watts, wide open airflow. Let's see how this goes.
Woohoo.
I shat on the Sigelei Moonshot last time. There's nothing wrong with the tank.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with the tank.
Have I got an echo? People in the chat are saying I've got an echo. Oh no.
Hold on a moment. Let me check. Yeah, because I had trouble today. The Wavelength software was outputting my audio to... Hold on. It shouldn't be going to both places. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. It was...
You've got 5 testicles. You've got 5 testicles.
It was outputting the way it was supposed to in its software. OBS couldn't hear it. I had to switch the monitor mix secondary output to like some Realtek digital output that's not connected to anything. And then OBS all of a sudden started picking up my microphone.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, my Windows is just another update, so I feared the worst, so hopefully everything's okay.
Yeah, your microphone does sound like I'm picking up a lot more of the room that I'm used to. But it's fine. William's like, I'm just fucking with you, mate. There's no echo. I just wanted to make sure you're on the ball.
Haha. Bastard.
I try not to judge it with this earpiece in because this is a Bluetooth headphone. Sometimes Windows puts enhancing effects on it, even though I disabled all of it 5 times already.
Yeah.
But it just says, hey, let me fix your audio settings for you. I'm like, leave the fuck alone.
Mm-hmm. Right, look, I've still got my overalls on. Go northeast.
Yeah. Listen, I have no experience with this e-liquid. This is the first time I've used this. It's Vapetasia Pink Lemonade. This is fantastic. This is bloody fantastic. For a 7-year-old mod, when did the Sigelei Moonshot come out? It's got to be at least that old.
I've still got me he lost weight paranormal, and that's still cracking on. That's still pounding away. That brilliant.
2016. The
Wow.
Moonshot RTA came out in 2016. Moonshot Mini 24, 2016. And how about this?
Holy.
How about this mod? H cigar. I know it's 7 years old. VT 250S. December 5th, 2016.
Wow. Jesus Christ, man.
Man, is this a pain in the wazoo to get those coils in there, to get the wicking in there just right so you're not choking it, you're not flooding the tank. But it works.
Ooh.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm curious to see what that liquid's going to taste like in the Arbiter or in this Fat Rabbit or the Dead Rabbit.
Your new favorite, your rabbit. Rabbit.
This is like, it's not like what it tastes like. The knuckle test for this e-liquid is very sweet. Okay? But in this tank on the vape, it's kind of like this Italian ice that I have today.
Oh, very nice. Got our continental, eh?
A punchy lemon, a hint of sweetness, and a full, rich, kind of sour body.
Wow.
Like, I like the pith of oranges and lemons. It adds a whole new characteristic to your lemon. Gives it that extra body. And it's so minuscule and so minimal, but it changes the flavor profile from being just a juice to being a lemon flavor.
Oh, lemon's a good flavor to mix with anyway.
Wow.
I mean, the mod itself looks mint, so...
This is the one from last week? And that's the one from this week.
Yep. Definitely branching out the...
2 purchases, very worth the investment.
Good.
You know, I thought I had enough of everything. I got mods of this. I got single dual. The fact that I got a triple battery thing and it's a DNA 250C. I'm gonna check the software on it later, but it is phenomenal, and that is a looker. Now the question is this going to leak?
That mod looks quite a handful as well, like, isn't it? Big and chunky.
But it perfectly fits.
I know whatever happened to them, you know, they used to always get weird shapes. Now everybody's just box mods, aren't there? There's no triangle.
Everybody's gone down to dual battery mods. It's that simple. Okay. We got the hand check. Now, there was something Mallory dropped in the Discord for our dad jokes I didn't do. Yeah, there's a link. She just dropped another link in there. I'm going to have to take a look at. All right, close that out.
I'm just looking through some of the chat. Because I missed out on a lot of the chat, so I'm having a look at the chat.
You do that, mate. I got to take a leak.
Okay. What have I missed? What have I missed? Oh, Quilly. Who's Quilly? Oh, never seen you before. I like that. William Dobson, as always. Jason Vapes. Cheryl Demas. Oh, there's a few new names in here I don't recognise, so thank you very kindly for everybody joining us. But I'm sorry I'm a bit late. Been at work. And a bit of a weird time to finish. I finished about 20 past 8 by the time I got home, about 9:15. I felt out. You're determined to have that Zap Kenny, aren't you, William? Mr. Dobson is determined for you to do this Zap Kenny thing. He's determined.
Yes, sir.
Tumble across, you can get. Welcome to.
Really jackass.
These little kids are all hyped up on Capri Suns and, of course, the Lunchables as they get ready to take a nice little stunt to flip-a-doodle-doo, and the door opens and he's still intact. Him and the little tykes.
Sugar, not banned. Sugar, not banned. It's the theme today, mate.
Ah. Not banned. Well, our country's gone. Our Prime Minister's gone nuts again.
Why is he eating a draft beer flavored jelly beans?
Well, I don't know if you've heard, but his latest banning order is he's going to actually stop people smoking outside pubs now in beer gardens. He's going to stop people smoking outside. So the days of the pub are going to be well and truly back if he does that. Man's an idiot. He's just not in the real world. I mean, even though I'm not a smoker, it doesn't bother us if other people smoke. It's their choice, but he's taken that choice away from them now, so it's absolute hell on. Again.
That's crazy.
Stopping you smoking outside. Hang on, I'm outside.
They're not out there looking for our health. That's a load of horse shit.
That's what I mean. It's they're contradicting themselves now because they want us to be smoke be free by 20 blah blah blah, and yet we're banning cigarettes and then they're banning vaping. So how is he going to stop people smoking if he's banning the thing that everybody's going to go to anyway, and he's banning the thing that's the alternative? It doesn't work. It's fucking doolally. You know what I mean? I can't figure him out.
I had to adjust your volume 5% in my headphone.
Oh.
You're really quiet today.
Oh, hang on.
I was too loud for you and you were too quiet for me.
No, hang on. The kids plug the headphones into me XLR and they turn it down. So therefore when they do that, they turn me mic down. There you go. And I put me mic up. Yeah, my mic's back in the middle where it normally is.
Turn it down just a little bit.
A little bitty? Hang on. Gone. Hello there. A little bitty. Too late.
What do you guys think out there? Is he too loud or is he good?
Too late. I've knocked it down too late. Normally about halfway. Normally works well halfway. Yeah, William, I've heard like everybody's just don't think he's good enough to lead the country. Now everybody's having second thoughts about voting Labour. That's crazy, isn't it? Oh.
Hey, I found a little kink in your plan. You said Trump's definitely going to be the next president.
I think he is.
Not if the World Health Organization has anything to say about it. Last time he was there, he cut their funding.
Good. It's Bloomberg that's funding them anyway, so I'm not going to miss it, are they?
33% or 30% of their funding comes from the United States.
Good. They should cut their funding because they're useless.
They're working against the general good that people want.
Of course, yeah. He's gonna sort the railways out with their money. He's also cutting the pensioners' winter fuel allowance. He's gonna stop that. That's been popular. Already in heating poverty, and he's cutting the pensioners' fuel allowance for the winter. Oh, unbelievable.
After a freaking crisis, an economic crisis, all the inflation we've been dealing with, and
yeah.
That's like our electric bill went up again.
Well, ours has gone up again. They've lifted the price cap again because obviously winter's around the corner. They do it every year. Goes up and up and up every year. But obviously during the summer months, people don't use the heating, so they're losing money, aren't they? And they put the prices up to make up for it. It's one of those things where they've got you by the balls, isn't it? You know what I mean? You need electric. Just same with fuel for your car. You need fuel for your car, so they pretty much charge what they want. Crackers, man.
Wow. Cut the airflow down a little bit more. Increase the saturation of that vape. Still no sweetness. Man, that actually increased the amount of vapor it produces.
Holy moly. Just do what I do.
That is delicious.
Every bottle of commercial liquid I get, now I'll have a couple of drops of super sweet in. If it's not up to scratch, I just put a couple of drops of super sweet in, just give it that little just a je ne sais quoi, as they say.
You got spoiled. You got your sweet teeth. That's what I was talking about. That's why, candy's not banned. Everybody loves it. Everybody wants it. You imagine the uproar if they tried to ban all sugar? Yes, we know it's how bad it is for everybody. But
because artificial sweeteners are even worse for it because they're all chemicals and man-made bullshit.
Yeah, the latest study I found out was pushed to me from Google in their search thingy is that it actually pokes holes in your intestinal tract, and bacteria and stuff that you eat can actually get into your bloodstream.
Yeah. Wow. But just nothing we eat nowadays is good for according to everybody now, isn't it? You can't eat this, you can't eat that, you're going to get this, you eat that, you're going to get that, you eat this. You know why? Because it's all processed.
Our parents were better eaters than we are.
Yeah.
Because their food supply wasn't tainted with all this crap. Listen, I'm all for science and technology making improvements along the way and actually making us healthier and giving us other options. And that way, like our sodas and stuff don't have to be sweetened 100% with sugar that's bad for you that has empty calories, if they can come up with an artificial sweetener that can augment that sugar, cut the amount of sugar in half, put a little bit of the artificial sweetener in there so that we don't lose that fantastic flavor, I'm all for it. Yeah. But it seems to be all or nothing. You either get 0 calorie, all artificial sweetener, or all sugar.
Yeah, there's no happy medium. Which is a shame. Again, it's money in it, man. You know what I mean? It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, isn't it? Sugar, you know, worldwide.
I'm gonna play that clip again from the candy store visit. You missed out on it. The old lady and I went to the sweet store.
Oh, bloody hell.
She got a new phone, a new Google 9 Pro, whatever it is. You don't need to have somebody take a picture for you anymore. She took a picture of me standing there. Then I walked up to where she was standing and held the phone in the same place. She walked up and I guided her a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right until I got her to stand like we were standing next to each other and took the picture. And it put both of us in the same picture. That's her there and her taking the picture. And there's me standing there with my reflection.
That's so odd. That's creepy. Holy moly. Oh no. All the sweeties.
Bob Ross.
Oh, Bob's
happy little treatments.
Bob Ross. Bob Ross, Jesus.
Want some candy?
Oh, jaws of that, Jesus Christ. Wow. Holy moly, the shit.
Candy cigars? Chocolate coins?
Moly.
Gold bars made of chocolate?
Damn. Oh, I'll be dear good that.
And the kids in their shopping carts, getting started young.
Oh, gee, look at it now. It's bulging. No. That's one huge store.
They say that they're the biggest candy store in the United States. I don't believe it. I've been to Hershey Park. I've been to Hershey. The Hershey store is way bigger than the store. But the selection here is... There you go. You want some Oscar Mayer hot dog, fruit-flavored gummies?
Oh, Christ.
Gummy bacon?
Jesus.
Mac and cheese gummies?
Oh.
Bagel Bites gummies?
Oh.
Gummy taco?
Oh. Gummy taco.
Gummy sushi?
Holy moly. No way. No, I'm not going to eat the cow.
Today I had a Grape NEHI from MASH. Radar Riley's favorite drink. Did you ever have any of these? Freeze-dried ice cream sandwiches?
Nah.
I had it when I visited NASA. That's what the astronauts eat.
Freeze-dried.
Freeze-dried.
Freeze-dried. It still tastes the same.
Yes.
Wow.
The saliva in your mouth reconstitutes it inside your mouth, and you taste exactly like the real thing.
Wow. Holy moly. Jesus.
Brownie beer? How about butterscotch beer?
Oh. Oh.
Bacon soda?
Oh my God. Bacon. Fucking hell, Jesus. Oh, look at all that. Oh, Jesus. It's never ending.
And then afterwards, you can go and get yourself some ice cream and soda.
Oh, just to finish it off, yeah? That's
Yeah.
okay. Damn.
Pure cane sugar soda, not sugar soda, not high fructose corn syrup, pure cane sugar. So, like, I should have bought one of those Cokes because it's completely different than the Coke we drink here. It's like what is served in Mexico by law. You can't have pure sugar Coca-Cola. You have to have cane sugar in Mexico.
Oh. William Dobson, Moon Dust. Yeah, I remember Moon Dust. It was fiddled on your tongue. That's the one with mint. Wow. I don't think we've got shops that big, just that only sell sweets. I don't think there's anything like that I've ever seen in the UK. Never ever.
Look at the line, and all 7 registers were open.
Jesus.
And this was on a holiday. This was Labor Day.
Well,
look at all them popcorn. All flavored popcorn.
Damn. That's crazy. You got some.
Blue raspberry popcorn.
Blue raspberry.
Fruity popcorn.
Oh, no.
Like Fruit Loops,
Watermelon.
except it's popcorn.
Holy moly. Is there anything that they haven't really thought of? Dear me.
I was jealous of all the snacks you have over there with all those funky flavors, and then I saw this, and I'm like, holy
shit. Oh, you spoiled
everything's
the choice there,
bagel flavored popcorn.
Wow. Holy moly.
Pizza popcorn.
Pizza. Blue raspberry.
So
all I can say that is only in America, eh? Oh, you got some. Oh. No. See? Boys and girls, I've taught them well. Now you can hear Alex crunching.
Tastes like a bowl of cereal.
I'm not a big fan of popcorn. Like, only like it when the only one that I like is when the one that's coated in caramel. Oh, it's gorgeous, like toffee. Beautiful, that.
Kettle corn.
Oh, that coffee's strong. I put too much in. I put it I put a coloured bulb in my light behind me.
I see it. That's cool.
I can change the colour. I can change the colours.
Holy shit, is that sweet?
There you go.
It doesn't taste like blue raspberry popcorn. It legit tastes like I'm eating a bowl of cereal.
Really?
And my mouth is coated in this sugary sweet. It's really good. As far as like the popcorn goes, it's not like, you know how you get some popcorn that there's flavored and there's stale?
Yeah.
This is perfectly dried popcorn kernels. But it's so sickeningly sweet.
Yeah, it'd be sickly. A couple of hand like mouthfuls, you'd be like, oh, God, I want to be sick. It works, William. It works. It works, mate. Red light run here definitely works.
Red light district.
Hi.
Oh, you got it automatically changing colors. That's cool.
Yeah, and just does it sound. Hello, right? I've got another one over there, but I've never really used it. And we're still like that thing on the wall there. There is the banner because my son's birthday the 1st of September. We've still got his birthday stuff up because he turned a milestone age of 16. He's just turned 16. God, I feel old.
Holy shit, is that good?
Ooh.
When I had the Sigelei Moonshot tank the last time, it comes in a little metal collector's tin, which is really cool. I had to have it because of the tin. I didn't give a shit if the tank was crap or not. But for it to come, no packaging or nothing, it was just happened to be on this mod. And he sold it to me that way. And I put those coils in there from BP Mods. They're Clapton Core, Nichrome wrap. The flavor is amazing. Dual core fused Clapton, it's just...
Good old Claptons, man. They're tried and tested.
And the airflow holes directly underneath the center of that coil. That's perfect. That's the perfect setup.
When I used to make my coils, when I was dabbling about, I'd done Clapton inners, like dual core Clapton, and I wrapped them in NEHI. And the combination of the two was quite nice.
The total, all I bought was this and the bottle of e-liquid. Was $75.60 with tax.
That's not too bad. That's not bad.
And if I remember correctly, the liquids were 2 for $40 plus tax. I only bought one, so I probably paid $50 for this.
I bought
modern tank.
No,
for
it's
$50.
like
and that's a DNA 250 board.
Off the beaten track,
happy.
I bought some of them.
Wow.
Python locks. They're cool.
Sure
is.
is.
As well. Because I'm going to incorporate that with the little, like, I think I showed you the little
oh yeah,
the trail cam. I'm gonna modify the back to take the Python lock so it can be locked onto the when I go out doing my wildlife. Because if you put it round here with just the bog standard strap, I can guarantee it'll not be there tomorrow.
Yeah, the board did cost me that.
Through.
I bought a board that I was going to put in my Dovepo mod until the battery compartment shit the bed and fell apart.
Well, actually, when I've done my review for it, hang on a minute, I'll get another doodah open. I'll show you the footage, and it's only done a couple of minutes. Where was it? It was on there.
This is gorgeous. I take a nice toke on this thing and I can see the bubbles coming out of the holes. How did I get so lucky to wick that so well?
Oh man, what have I done there? Shit. Back. I'm trying to get some of the footage up. Where's the pause? Where's the pause? I want to pause it. There it is there. Where are? Right. I'll share me doodah for you. There's the footage. I put the camera out in my yard to test it. And there's me pooch. the poor bugger's molten, so he's scratching and knitting because he's getting his winter coat. So there he is, having a good scratch. But that's not a bad picture, actually. You know, it's a 1080p camera.
That's a really nice picture.
And me dog's having a good little. That's my pooch. There he goes, big fat ass.
I love him, man.
He's having another scratch. He's molten, bless him. He does every year. He's got very sensitive skin, so when he gets his winter coat, he's knitting, you know. So I've got to keep bathing him once a week.
I need to send my wife a picture of the dogs.
And the nighttime footage, is that coming up yet? Hang on. The nighttime footage isn't that. That's night vision.
Shit, that's not bad.
It's okay, isn't it?
Yeah.
The only thing is that the downside now, the PIR light, the night vision lights on the front, they light up red, so they make their eyes glow. He looks like a devil when he comes around the corner. Come on, you little shit! Look at the eyes. Look, there's his eyes. Look at the eyes.
Little devil demon dog.
There he is. Night vision. I was quite impressed with it for what it is. You know what I mean? It's not got a pretty good image.
That's a very good image for nighttime.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna stick it out. We've got a bit of woodland around here, so I'm gonna have a try for a laugh.
Oh, that's not a current scene.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Lucy, the big fat girl, is to the left underneath the vaping sign. Jester and Maggie are snuggling in one bed.
Oh,
he's like, I can't fit my fat ass in that little bed, not with her head sticking in it. So I might as well join her.
Exactly. There's me other. I haven't done much on it yet, but there's me other one. That's what I've been working on in the background.
Very nice.
So I'm pissed farting about with that one at the minute. So again, it's getting time in it. It's getting bloody time to day out, man. It's crazy.
Yes, it is. I know I've got a bunch of stuff on the itinerary right now, trying to get things situated, and winter's right around the corner, so I got some maintenance things I need to finish up.
Well, I think the wife is going to the pictures on Friday to go and see the new Beetlejuice movie. Yeah!
Oh, nice!
Beetlejuice 2 is now officially released, and it's still got Michael Keaton playing him. So it's still some of the original characters in it. Awesome.
That's awesome.
Beetlejuice 2. Beetlejuice 2. Can't wait. It's showtime. Loves it. Loves Beetlejuice. I like Beetlejuice. Brilliant.
It's been a long time since I've seen it.
Oh,
my wife and my daughter went to see Beetlejuice being performed in the theater.
Wow, that'd be cool. I think it's a matter of time, isn't it? Actually, like Beetlejuice the musical.
Yeah, I could see it.
Yeah, it'd be cool, wouldn't it?
Hell yeah. All right, well, let's do a random recipe before we get too late in the game here.
Oh, is it random recipe time already? Jesus.
Yeah. Alrighty, what can we make up for today? We've been making a lot
I'll
of
tell you
strawberry
what I
stuff
had.
lately. What you got?
I'll tell you what I found out. You know, when I was telling you last week about me computer running very, very slow and DaVinci Resolve
Yes,
being
sir.
a right pain in the pits. It was only Windows. Again. Windows decided to update the graphics driver on the board, and it took over from the NVIDIA. How the hell it done that, I do not know, because I've got it disabled.
I'm telling you, this
So
is
you
the
figure
worst
it out.
Windows we have ever had. I want to say that Windows
Honest
11
God.
is about the equivalent of Windows 2000.
It's awful. Absolutely awful. All this AI shit they're hiding in it, man, it's crap. Just
It
leave
is.
It be. People want to just do their own thing. They don't want AI doing all that.
Windows
bollocks.
10 is leaps and bounds better than 11. Because when I ask Windows 10 to do something, it does it. Windows 11 goes, you want me to do this? Is that going to cost me anything? Is that going to be security implications to that? Are you even
Yeah,
allowed
man.
to see
God.
that? Let me check with the World Health Organization and see if that's allowed content or if that's classified as misinformation. I don't know if I'm allowed to let you watch Facebook. So you
Bullshit,
refresh the
man.
Facebook page
Bullshit.
and it goes, oh, you're allowed to have this. Goodbye.
You can have that. Go see you later. It's shit. You know the best version of Windows ever for me, where there's two versions of Windows ever, and all was 95 and Windows 98, the most stable versions I've ever had. They were brilliant. No hassle.
I had a lot of problem with crashes with 95 and 98. They were both fantastic. They both worked well. But for me, the best as far as stability goes, my knowledge of it, the ability for me to customize it was XP and 7. I rate them equally.
Yeah.
They both sucked in the
XP,
beginning,
yeah, that was
but
good.
it didn't take very long, especially with 7, for it to be immaculate. And it was fantastic as far as being able to do exactly what I wanted. And there was no hiccups. Every time I told it to do this or told it to do that or modified this, it modified it. It did what I wanted it to, and it stayed there. It stayed what I set it at. It didn't try and help me out and change a bunch of stuff that I don't want changed because I have to go back and redo it every time it changes it.
It's crazy, crazy. Anyway, we're tangenting up. What we're making the day. What we're fancying.
What are we in the mood for? I want
Let's
something
get
different. I want something punchy. Let's go deep in the woods. Let's go a couple pages into this.
Yeah, let's
Before you even
dive
look.
deep.
Let's go to page 25. What do we got on page 25?
Yeah. Have a look.
Prickly Victory?
You could have a new
Guava Cactus?
Could be a retro recipe. You know what I mean? A retro vape.
Let's go to page 50.
Yeah. Ooh.
Coconut Mojito? What the heck?
Ooh.
6.6%. We have coconut, key lime, and peppermint. What? No way.
Peppermint?
No way is that a coconut mojito. I've got mojito flavor, which ain't that great of a mojito flavor. It's probably about a 4 out of 5 as a single flavor. But I mean, that's the essence of the flavor profile for a coconut mojito. Let's give it a shot.
Yeah, 3
Flavor art,
ingredients. Cool.
coconut.
Or cocoa, or cocoa, or cocoa, cocoa, cocoa.
Cocoa. Cocoa, cocoa.
Key lime. Cocoa,
That's
cocoa.
what it is.
There you are. Cocoa, cocoa.
And we need peppermint and key lime from TPA.
Ooh. Cocoa's 1.6. The key lime's 3%, just over 3%. Ooh, a lot of key lime.
This is going to be interesting, man.
Mm. That's a
Put my
weird
bloody
one.
tools away from earlier.
Not wrong, we're having a bit of mess. What did I get then? I get rid of the
Vape pink lemonade.
pink lemonade.
Yeah. That's some good stuff there, man. Bye-bye, Firebolt. Used you up.
I'm quite pleased with that. That's not too bad. I'm happy with that.
Well, I'm just going to make a little one of this.
Yeah. Oh God, you wouldn't be making a big bottle if you're not sure what it's going to be like.
Yeah, 10 mils fine. Definitely going to need some sweetness in this.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I'm going to go with 1% to contrast that key lime and the punch of those peppermint.
Peppermint.
So that's good just like that. There's your little recipe for today.
There you go. Oh, with a little bit of super sweet gone in it now.
More than a little.
Magic of super sweet. A bit of the old super sweet. Love it. I like that shit.
Secret
Probably do that on its
sauce.
own. Well, you making it out of 6?
Yeah.
Like she's 6. Oh, God. Hang on. Give us a sec. I've got a device.
Close enough.
Eagle, get out! Get out! Out! What? I've got a disposable stroke pod.
A disposable what pod?
It's a stroke pod. It's the yeah, I'll get it up on here.
Wow, is that a delicious coconut scent? Mmm. Wow, is that so punchy? I could smell it from here still.
This little fella here, the Titan 10K. It's like it's categorized as a rechargeable disposable vape kit, right? Looks like disposable. Got your Type C charge port, and it's got a magnetic side. And inside, you've got all them little pods. And they're cool.
Oh, that is cool.
Isn't that mint? You've got them's your spares. And that's your one you put in the top. And basically, they're just like little bubbles with foil on the bottom. And you just peel the plastic off, leave the foil on. So when you put it in, it punctures the foil. But that's like, they're like little storage compartments for it. And it's mint. And look at that, man. It's so cool. 10,000 puffs. That's what it can
That is
when you get all
awesome.
the. And they're cool. And I'll show you on here if I can just quickly do that. Look how much it is. 30 quid. Cheap as chips.
For 25.
Yeah. And there's no, I've got the fizzy cherry, but there's a few flavors. I've got all them flavors. I've got the fizzy cherry. And basically when you scroll down, that's kind of where it is. All the little pods inside. It's class.
I love all those little pods inside.
I mean, they're 2 ml, but I mean, you're still getting absolutely shitloads out of them. I've had how long have I had it now? 3 weeks. I forgot all about it. It was in my bag, and then I went, oh, look what I found. 10k. The flavor's very nice. Perfect for work. Now, like when I'm on the bus, I've got a few minutes, I just jump off the bus, couple of talks on this, and I'm happy bunny again. Technically, it's not disposable because you can charge it. So, you see what I mean with the technology gone through all the loopholes? They made something that looks like a disposable that actually takes pods and recharges. I mean, you know.
Yeah, and as soon as they make the laws, they've already been outclassed and outdated by the newest technology.
Yeah, exactly. The kind of they can't keep up with the technology with the silly little laws. Because there'll always be a loophole. There'll always be somebody that brings something out and say, well, that's not disposable. No, it's not rechargeable. Up yours.
Not only is it rechargeable, but you can also change the pods in it, the liquid.
Yeah. Awesome, awesome, awesome bit of kit. I was very pleased when I found that. Yeah. Give it a try. I mean, this when I was looking, this dead rabbit tank, it's only 25 quid now. Very cheap. Nom 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 nom. Delicious.
It's on my counter. I'm looking for it in the drawers, and I forgot.
You'll never guess what I'm vaping.
What you vaping on, mate?
You'll never ever guess. Just check out the flavor.
Kool-Aid, watermelon and cherry Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Who hates watermelon?
You?
But the beauty of it is that's very little watermelon. You can barely taste it. I think it's just there to enhance the cherry.
Or the mouthfeel.
Thankfully.
Give it a wet mouthfeel.
Yeah. So when I looked, I went, oh no. And I knuckle tested it. I went, well, it's mostly cherry, so I'll give it a bit. Yeah, mostly cherry. But you know, you've got to try these things. You've got to speculate, you know, have a look.
Speculate to accumulate.
Yeah, you can speculate to accumulate. I found it in a stash, so I thought I'll have a go at it. Oh, it's starting to show its age, this fella now.
So this is a coconut mojito.
I don't say I've had mojito before.
It's actually very good. It's just seltzer water, and they muddle the mint leaves, and some sugar, and lemon, I believe. Rosa's lemon lime juice, something like that.
Yeah.
It's not that far off from like a mint julep.
Yeah.
It's mainly the mint. It's mint with a hint of sweet seltzer.
Got
the dominant flavors.
Ah. I've seen it knocking about, but I've just never ever really tried it. Lived a very sheltered
summer
life.
drink. It's crisp and refreshing, and it's not like because most places use simple syrup, not sugar.
Yeah. Mojito. A mojito, as a Cockney would say. A mojito. What are you going to try it in? Have you got something clean this week to try it in?
Yeah, I was cleaning all my stuff out.
Ah.
I think the easiest is going to be this little Bushido.
Oh, yes, the lovely little Vegito. Mine's still sitting there, still gets used.
Because I happen to have this here. Pull that through. One snip and we're done. I don't know what I did with my little scissors. I shoved them in there.
Are you doing it? Are you doing a Mike's Vapes? Are you keeping your little fluffs for...
For Steve? No.
For Steve.
All my floofies go in the bin.
I don't know.
And I suppose that, you know, since we're doing evolve and DNA shit today, I'm going to throw this on the DNA reference mod.
Yeah, go for it, Eddie. See, Aegis have brought a new Legend 3 out.
Did they?
Yes. The gimmick it's got, it's touch. You've got to be touching it with your hands for it to fire. So if you put it in your pocket and anything, there's no way it'll fire unless you're actually touching it with your hand. Quite good technology. I think Bogan done a review on it. Still the typical Aegis shape, looks exactly like what they've never changed that shape.
I love this little flip top dripper. What a great idea.
Oh, it's awesome, isn't it?
Okay, it's not a mojito.
I thought not.
It's an enjoyable vape, but you can tell that that's peppermint. That's not just like a plain seltzer. I'm glad I went with the 1% sweetness because that sweetness characteristic is coming through. Yeah. And I'm going to have to wait and see what this tastes like. I'm not getting much of the lime. Let me have some coffee and wash this Italian ice off my mouth.
Are you getting any of the coconut coming through as well, or is that still a bit...
I really enjoy it because I love peppermint.
But at the moment,
What's
that's probably the
surprising?
predominant flavour.
What's surprising, because, you know, the key lime is in there at 3%. Coconut's at 1.6. It's a very enjoyable vape. I'll see what this settles into. I mean, maybe the coconut will balance itself out. I know that Flavors Coconut is the same way. It likes to play hide and seek. You'll put it in there.
Right.
You'll taste it on the shake. Then the next day, there's no coconut whatsoever. It's gone. Pfft, goodbye. It went to Aunt Mary's house for the day. And then you come back a couple days later and it's like, oh, that coconut's punchy. Stronger than it was originally. What the hell's going on here?
Playing with you, man.
It took off and brought help.
Yeah. Bring in the reinforcements. Da, 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 da.
I love these little bottles, and that label fits on there perfect.
Oh, it does fill the whole bottle at all.
Coconut mojito.
Hey, you never know. It might,
off to the side.
it might just blend into something really nice.
Mate, you missed it earlier. I found a recipe of Darren's that sucks donkey balls.
Really?
Fruit Loops.
Oh.
Didn't go in my coffee, thank God.
Wow. No.
This is way better than when I first had it. I'll tell you that. I was repulsed by it the first time I put this in this tank, but that was on the shake and it didn't settle. So I'm like, okay, I let it sit there for like 4 days. I sucked out. I tried one toke of this. I'm like, ugh, it's still horrible. And it was a different color. This was much lighter than the color here. Just like right now, you can tell that the color is completely different. Okay?
Yeah.
So I sucked out what was in here, poured it into the bottle, flipped the cap off, gave that a good shake, filled it back up, tried it again.
No.
It doesn't taste bad, but it's not Fruit Loops. I don't know what the hell it is.
Something totally different.
No, and it leaves like this funky taste in your mouth afterwards. It's just...
Yeah.
Ugh. No. Sorry, man.
You know what's missing, don't you? You know what's missing out of that one, though, don't you? Your musk. You need to put some musk in it. That'll sort it out.
Man, we mixed up a musk. I might be willing to vape that instead of this.
Not bad. Gee, you me.
Ironically enough, though, my son loves musk. He had musk candy over in Japan from Australia. He's like, man, that's some good shit. I'm like, here, smell this. He's like, that smells like musk. Doesn't it smell like your grandmother's diapers?
Oh. There's always one in there. Oh, it's bloody lovely, that. No.
And my son being a smartass, he was like, no, but it does smell like her tampon.
Oh, jeez.
I'm like, I don't want to know how you know that.
Yeah, no. Hell no. That's new. God damn it, no. That's a
He
totally
was always the class
different
clown.
ballgame.
Always.
Kind of tell. Jesus Christ.
And then you get something like this. It's just fantastic.
Wow.
That's delicious. The strawberry watermelon is delicious.
Totally enjoying it. You spoiled for choice, mate. You've ruined
Flavor
yourself.
explosion for days.
Exactly. That's exactly what
You know, the
want.
only thing missing from my coffee is some of this walnut cake from the Hungarian Festival.
Oh, God almighty. You are ruining yourself today. Popcorn, cake. God, what next? You're getting well and truly ruined, mate. You're getting well and truly ruined.
And we got a magnet to add to our refrigerator. My wife was so excited to find this. She's like, a magnet. We can put that on our refrigerator.
You can't see our fridge with magnets. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, ours is the same way.
There's too many.
I am so excited for this. Raw honey.
Oh, yeah, a nice bit of honey. Put that on your pancakes, mate.
And my tea? You like putting cream in your tea? I have honey. I prefer honey and lemon.
Yeah, I've had that kind of before. It's all right. Not a fan, but it's all right.
Oh, is that good?
You know what I mean? I'm not a fan, but it's okay. Honey and tea. It's so.
Yeah, but not it's better in like your herbal teas and stuff like that. Chamomile and those kind of things.
Yeah.
Or green teas. Yeah. Black tea, I see why you guys put cream in it. I totally get that.
Yeah. Yeah. It'd be go nice. We kind of put on pancakes or your waffles, what you would call waffles. Go nice on waffles.
All right, William, what did you go see? You saw a good film? You saw a good film the other day?
I think he was talking about that Beetlejuice 2. I think he's seen it. I think he's seen Beetlejuice 2.
He can't catch Sasquatch. Sasquatch is only here in the States.
Exactly.
You have to come over here, man. Go catch Sasquatch. We can go hunting for Sasquatch.
I'll go and book me tickets now. Okay, now, man.
So I really enjoyed going to that Hungarian festival. They had some Hungarian foods I don't normally get to get. I was telling the audience earlier about the cabbage noodles. Hungarian cabbage noodles is different than like what my wife makes. My wife, cuts the cabbage up, puts it in some oil and puts it in the pan, stirs it up, cooks it down. But she likes to rush her cooking. And it tastes fine. It's cooked enough, but it's not cooked like Hungarian cabbage noodles. Hungarian cabbage noodles, all the cabbage is cut to the same size, so it all cooks evenly, and it's all cooked down until it's not mush. So it's fully cooked the whole way through, and there's lots of butter put in there. It isn't just, vegetable oil that you're cooking it down in. You cook it down in a butter, which makes the butter like an evaporated butter. Gives that silky texture that coats all the noodles in there. And the only thing that was missing from this stuff that they made, and they made it on a large scale because it's a festival, was enough black pepper. I like mine with a little bit more black pepper than what they put on it. Oh, but is that so delicious?
Cabbage noodles. Never had it. I'll have to give that a bash. I'll have to give that a go.
Yup. And the soup that I had, the stew that I had was fantastic as well.
Oh, the stew would be nice. Kind of be nice stew.
Yeah, because that takes hours and hours and hours to cook down. To render
I've just been
that
looking
meat.
some shit too that's... We'll get I don't know if you get them over the stage, but you get like loads of damp leaflets through your door. We'll get one there, and it's got a sausage, egg, and chips bake. Look at that. Doesn't that look nice?
Hell yeah!
Ooh. Sausage, chips, and eggs in a bake. Oh, that
Sign
looks
me
nice.
up, man.
Yeah.
Sign me
Get
up.
some of that. Have some of that. Sausage. Ooh, I love stuff like that. Oh, good. Love it.
Well,
like
I know
the
you're not going to
series,
believe
man.
this, but we're already at 5 hours. We hit our mark.
by that flew over that, didn't it?
That's like, I don't understand how these other people can do shows that are only an hour or two long.
You kind of get it out. Nah, you kind of do it. I couldn't do it.
I did the news and advocacy part all by myself today. So there was no time for commentary like normally how we stop things and you give me your input and whatever. It was just straight up me talking and showing the video and giving my commentary and plowing through it. And then it still flew by.
It does, man. Time flies when you're having fun, I'm telling you.
I guess it boils down to the fact when you're passionate about something and you truly understand the topic, you know, it's like a college professor. You could stand up there and talk for hours, give lectures upon lecture upon lecture, because you can just regurgitate the information and get the information out there so other people can learn from it and, you know, make their own opinions on the topic.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching something today, like, was like earlier on. It's that, that Summit Myers Jr. who does all the OBS videos. I can't remember what he's called. What the hell is he called again? But anyway, he always puts videos out about. He's mainly an OBS channel. You know, shows you all this, that, and the other. Bit like that Indian guy. He's a bit like him. And he's done a one now where you can actually stream for 24 hours. Basically, he was using VLC Player, compiling all your videos, put them in the order, and then you can stream it 24/7, 7 days a week. Just leave it and they're gone. I was like, what the fuck? Is that not gonna like zap all your bandwidth? You know what I mean? That streaming all that time.
An HD stream by itself is only 5 megabits per second. Anybody that has any decent quality, you know, high-speed internet, you've got at least, at the very minimum, for the poverty level internet subscription here in the States, is 25 megabit per second.
Wow.
So that's nothing. You can do 5 of them before you max out your bandwidth.
I thought it took a bit more to stream video 24/7, like, but there you go. But yeah, that's the kind of thing he done. You just doing that, you can just stream shit 24/7 and just let it gun if you want to let it gun.
Well, see, that's 1080p 30. If you go to 1080p 60, you're probably pushing more 6 to 8 megabits per second. You go to 4K, and now you're going to be up pushing above 20 megabits per second. But if you change the format to AVI, if you have to have a 40 series card to do that, for your card to render it in AVI instead of MP, 4 or H256, 264,
265.
You're back down around 10 megabits per second for 4K.
It's still not as much as I thought. I thought it would be more than that. Obviously, because of the size of video files, you know what I mean? They're huge, aren't they?
Oh, the size of the file, cumulative, sure. Our 5-hour stream that we do every single week is roughly, give or take, a little bit, 15 gig in size.
Really? Whoa.
And I've got every single one we've done.
Holy shit, you must have some hard drives lying about.
Well, my video storage drive that I move things to at the end of the year is a 10 terabyte hard drive.
Wow.
And I've got every single video I've ever recorded since I started doing this.
I did used to do that, but I just stopped doing it. It wasn't because I didn't have the room to do it, because all I would do was just buy another hard drive, but I just couldn't see the point in keeping it anymore.
Yeah, listen, I knew from the get-go when I first got started doing this, because it wasn't very long after I first started getting into vape content, even before I uploaded my first video, I'd seen, vape channels getting strikes and getting videos removed and blah, blah, blah. It was for links this time. It was for this that time. It was for whatever. Then it was for no apparent reason whatsoever. They couldn't tell you what it was, but you violated community guidelines. What guidelines? Who knows? It was, vape content, so we can strike it whenever we feel like it. So I was always under the mindset that I need to protect my content because I didn't want to be like the schmucks who had their channel taken away and lost everything and had no copies of even the finished product stored anywhere. So I have my copy here. I didn't do like Daniel did. Daniel puts his up on that, what's that, it's a library platform.
Was that the is it the NAS drives or something like that? The NAS drives or something? We've got
no, they use the same technology that cryptocurrency does, where it's interlaced and stored all around the planet on multiple places and whatever. It's all linked together. Same as cryptocurrency, blockchain storage technology. And that way, it's kind of like the old shit that used to be able to download. Tor browsers, not Tor browsers. It's been so long since I used it, I can't even think of what it was. Especially with computer security stuff, I had to download it that way because the antivirus would block it before it even got done downloading.
Yeah.
Unless you downloaded all the different pieces from different places and then kept it as a zip file, then it didn't have access to it.
Yeah.
But you're basically creating a zip file. And inside the zip file, we had all of our security tools, which a lot of the times is viruses, in order to gain access to things. But I remember when I was getting my white hat hacker certification, having to have all that stuff to prove that I could do it, because you had to do it in order to prove you could do it.
Fair enough.
But Windows and antivirus software and everything was all like, oh, no, you can't do that. Oh, you got a keylogger. Oh, you got this. Oh, you got this. And I got sick and tired of having to put an exception in for everything I had downloaded. It was part of my security tool set.
Yeah. Yeah, good old Windows fucked it all up as usual.
Torrent files.
Oh, torrent files.
BitTorrent. Remember, you used to BitTorrent? People used it for music. They used it for all kinds of stuff. And there was a bunch of hay about the fact that Comcast was throttling torrent streams. They could identify that it was a torrent, and they would just throttle the shit out of it. So something that you could download theoretically in 5 minutes would take you 5 days.
It's kind of like, I think it's still about. I mean, you used to have like your pirate Bay and all that was still about. I mean, they're blocking them all over here in the UK. I mean, you've got to have like a what do you call it now to get into them?
VPN tunneling and crypto technology, and there's ways around it. There's always going to be ways around it. But like Clive Bates did a presentation one time. He's like, listen, everybody was downloading freaking music because they wanted the individual music files, not whole fucking albums. Yeah. And they wanted to put together their own CDs. That's a mixtape. And it wasn't all the restrictions that got people to stop doing it. It was music sources, and Amazon and all these other places started selling individual MP3 files. Once the people were able to legally buy it the way that they wanted it, in the format they wanted, everybody stopped downloading it illegally because we had a legal marketplace to buy it.
Yeah. Plus, now you've got like, your Spotify and your Deezers, so you can literally just get it anyway, you know what I mean? It's a subscription.
Exactly.
Base,
you can stream it now from the cloud.
Yeah.
And never have to have it. But for me as a DJ, there was plenty of times people would ask for a song. I didn't want to have to buy the whole freaking CD for one song. I wanted to just buy that one song, and I wanted access to it right now. Because they asked for it right now, and I need to play it within the next 5-10 minutes.
It was like the old days in vinyls. You used to get your 45s, which were your singles. You had an A and a B side. You had the chart. Say with the top 40, you would have that record that was number 10, and you'd have a B side, and it was a little 45 disc. And if you wanted the album, you bought the album. It was a big fuck off 12-inch vinyl. You know what I mean? You could buy singles back in the day. Can't do it now.
I had 78 records.
78, yeah.
The extended play that just went really fast.
Yeah.
Albums were 33, singles were 45, and then you had 78s.
That's right, 78. 33 for an album. Gotta remember them. Good old vinyl, man. It still sounds better. I'm still a vinyl man. I think it sounds fantastic. total different goal game.
It sure was.
I mean, I've got
a lot of that technology can be mimicked nowadays with VST plugins.
Yeah.
Like I even do that with like the intro thing. When I first created that, the music that's actually in there, not only did I have the stems of the music, which I created myself from Virtual DJ, because it automatically does live stem breakdown, so you can do mixing and mashing live. But some of it I got from Epidemic Sound already broken down into stems, and I took each of the stems and I ran it through a bunch of different things on my music software because I didn't like the way it sounded.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be a completely custom piece of music put together for that. So I legit have drum tracks from one song, and I have music tracks from another song, a melody track from another one, and I made an actual song that I'd actually then snipped up into more things and layered them to create the intro that we have for our show.
Wow. Busy boy.
It took a while to do it, but it's something that I wanted because I planned on using that for as long as we run the show until we stop doing it.
Plus, you can't get a copyright for it because you created it, so YouTube.
Yeah, it's like the alphabet, you know. Plagiarism only counts when you actually use whole paragraphs and whole sentences and whatnot. Music is the same way. You have the same keys. Like, how many songs are there that only play 8 notes? The same 8 notes, different order, different rhythm, but it's the same 8 chords that play the entire song.
Most of your top pop songs are all 4 chords. And then basic chord, just played in a different order. That's all it is.
And some of them are transposed into different keys, but they're the same basic chords.
Yeah. Oh, you just drop them down. Drop tune, D tune, A tune, B tune. Do it on a guitar. B tune, D tune, B tune. Just drop everything down. We still play the same chords.
Kind of like in the Blues Brothers when they're standing up on stage and they say, okay, what song? Okay, what key? A. A's a good country key.
Yeah.
You can play whatever song you want and whatever key you want. And it completely changes the feel and the vibe to the whole song.
Definitely. Totally agree on that one. Brilliant, man.
So, you were talking about DaVinci wasn't working good for you and stuff. So I snagged this. So I'm like, oh, screenshot that. People were complaining about, DaVinci Resolve 19 being a real nasty mess on their system. And they're like, did you check this? He's like, well, no, I never needed it before. And there's a bunch of people that said when they got the upgrade, it automatically changed that and disabled proxies. And their computer was slow as molasses. You re-enable proxies, let it automatically generate the proxies, and it's back to a fast video editor.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that. But like I say, it disabled me NVIDIA card and enabled the fucking onboard graphics. I went, what the heck? How is that even feasible? I said, I've got it disabled.
I'm telling you, Windows 11 is running completely virtual on your system. And it's probably based on Windows 10.
Shit.
But it's being redone and re-imaged as Windows 11 with the AI acting in between those two layers, between the virtual and the real layer.
It's like I said, when I was rendering, I'd done the review for the Asgard. And when I started rendering that out, it was just getting longer and longer. And it was, it was going to take like 6 hours. I went, nah, something's wrong here. But when I had a bit funny about, reboot the system, all that crap, check my drivers on my NVIDIA, and when I checked the drivers, it says it wasn't installed. I went, eh? And I
Do you have the GeForce Experience on your computer?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can click on that, and it'll tell you if the latest driver's installed.
Yeah, the Windows didn't even recognize the card. The card had gone.
What?
That's what I'm saying. It disappeared. The whole NVIDIA just disappeared. I went, nah. Well, like I see, once I finally done
that'll explain why it's so slow.
Yeah, and then when I went to re-render it, it took 16 minutes. So I'm back on.
It was
track.
fun. We went to this Hungarian
Oh,
festival.
yeah.
My son and his girlfriend came along, and he got done walking around. We ate and whatever. My wife wasn't feeling good, so we were gonna a couple last things we wanted to get before we took off. And he's like, "I'm going to Micro Center. You want anything?" I'm like, "Don't ask me that question. I can't afford anything right now." I don't really need anything, to be honest with you, but I could. It's like a kid in a candy store. Me going to a Micro Center. There's only like 6 in the country.
Yeah.
But it's just a computer store, and it's like 5 times bigger than this candy store was.
Jesus.
I'm
Oh,
like,
you would be
well.
well away in there.
He's like, Christmas is coming up. You got any ideas? I'm like, dude, the next improvement on my computer that I need to do is move up to a 40 series card, only because I want to be able to stream an AVI, upload that. And, but I don't want to get a 4060. I got a 3060 now. I don't want to get a 4060 because it's only a 10% improvement. Because all the improvement went to power efficiency, very little went to actually improving the throughput of the card.
Yeah.
Because I figured for 1080p, you don't need much more than what you already got.
No.
So I'm looking at a 4070 if I'm going to upgrade it. Because then I'm like a 28% increase in improvement. He's like, what about a 4070 Ti? I'm like, dude, that's even better. The titanium series? I can't afford that. That's like $1,000. I still got to finish paying off these 2 microphones. Then we can talk about it. He's like, well, Christmas is coming up. I'm like, don't you dare buy me that for Christmas. I know you're making good money at your job, and I know you're a manager, and I know you're moving up, but...
Well, you know, Santa could be good to you. You're going to get new graphics cards. You're going to get new graphics cards.
I'm happy with the card I got now. It's actually working. The latest drivers have been pretty good. You get a hiccup now and then, but that's a Windows issue, not a graphics issue. Not a graphics driver issue, not a graphics card issue.
Most of it is Windows based anyway. Stupid upgrades.
Yeah, Windows keeps trying to improve your settings. Fuck off. Leave my settings alone. I like them where they're at. It does exactly what I need it to.
Well, we could try this. Nope, don't want to try it. Leave it at that.
How's the music? Is the music loud enough for you?
Yeah, it's spot on. Absolutely spot on.
I changed the way it's routed. I used to have the music just go to you, and I had another place where it was sent, but I didn't listen to it. I'm like, wait a minute. If I change the volume here and I change it there, you and I are both going to hear the music. That way I can tell when it pauses and when it doesn't pause it, so I can make corrections to the automatic on-off. And I'm like, let's try this. So last week I switched it all around, and I'm like, hey, I like this. I like having a little bit of background music. The only time it's not there is during the news.
It's just ambient, isn't it? It's just something there, ambience, you know?
Yeah.
It's just
And it's funny because when I watch the replay, when I put the timestamps in and I watch the replay, if I don't have the volume turned up to full where I normally listen to other shows at, you don't even hear the music. You don't even know it's there. We've got the separation that perfect between music is at like minus 30 and our communication is leveled at minus 10.
It's perfect, isn't it? Absolutely perfect. Works a treatment, honestly, it's spot on. It's just there, but it's not overpowering, you know, you can still hear everything that's going on.
You can hear, you can talk, it's not distracting at all, it's just ambient.
Yeah. It's brilliant, man. Awesome. It just helps you chill out.
Yep. That was a big thing that, you know, a lot of people had conversations about, and Steven mentioned on numerous times when he was having coffee with Legion Vapes about how that's a big, you know, debate in the YouTube world, whether or not to put music with your stuff. I'm like, first off, I'm a DJ. I've always had music with everything. It only adds to things. I don't ever see it detracting from it unless you're listening to a lecture. You want to try and learn something, or you listen to a news report. But even then, there's appropriate music for that. I just don't have it. Don't care to sync it with the content. But I'm glad I was finally able to get everything situated.
It's just, I think the fear of people using music in case they get copyright claims, because sometimes you can innocently do it. You can probably download some copyright-free music, and then all of a sudden somebody will put a claim on you. Like, hang on a minute, it was, that's the fear, I think.
I have from the very beginning, after I realized how shitty YouTube's music was and how they stopped adding to it, I paid for Epidemic Sound. And it's the best $16 a month I spend. My wife spends that much for music that she listens to when she cuts the grass or does her crafting, which is far and few in between. I use the music more than she does, and it is well worth the $16. I can pick any genre I want, and it's kind of like DaVinci. They keep making improvements to it. I can take a previous video or a previous song, drop it in on the web browser, and it'll identify all the songs that sound pretty much the same or have the same vibe.
Yeah.
That is one place where AI is getting really good.
I mean, the likes of that kind of stuff, it would be wasted money for me, because I'll be like, I just wouldn't use it enough. You know what I mean? I'd be paying for something that I wouldn't be using. But if you're using it 24/7, definitely, There's loads of sites, Epidemic Sounds, and the other ones with videos and fucking stuff.
Well, then the other thing I did was I was one of the early adopters of audio. When audio first came out, they were offering, I forget how much it was, like $169 or something for lifetime pro subscription. I'm like, one-time expense, just like DaVinci Resolve, and forever I will have any songs that they have on their website. Sold. That was year 2 of me doing this. And now I need to make a conscious effort every once in a while to go back and find their new music that they've uploaded and added it to the thing. But that's just like the playlist for this show. I'm up to now 7 days, 5 hours and 36 minutes of music that I just hit shuffle once every week. And there's our music.
Wow. It's like I said, if you pay a one-off fee and then that's it, rather than these subscription-based models they're just too expensive.
It does get to be expensive when you take a look at it, the total year cost. But I mean, this is all part of my tax write-off anyway. But I look at it from the perspective of, if you were to get like laid off or something, you could pay the $15 to get 1 month's worth of music. As long as you upload all those songs the same month before your subscription is up, they're covered for life.
Really?
So if you wanted to do a blitz, let's say you got laid off and you wanted to like put out, 1 or 2 videos a week for the next 4 weeks until you go back to work or whatever, you could render and make all those videos and then pay the subscription, add the music to it, and as long as they're all uploaded before your month subscription is up, they're covered.
Yeah, because you've technically bought them, haven't you, in a sense?
Yeah, you licensed it for those videos that you currently are uploading.
Yeah.
And then in that case, it would pay for itself. Because then now you're breaking it down. Let's say you do 8 videos, pay you $16. That's $2 a video for music.
Yeah.
Done.
That's it. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
In that aspect, it's economical.
Yeah. Again, if it's something you're using all the time, it's worth every penny. Definitely.
Where they get you is, if you have more than one channel, Epidemic is only licensed for one channel. My audio music is licensed for anything. I could edit videos for other people and add music to it, and they would be covered because I have the license for that song. But Epidemic Sound is only licensed per channel, and if you want a second channel, it's another $16 a month. Well, that gets to be too expensive, too quick.
Yeah, no. That's still good, though. Still good. Happy days, sir. Happy days. Happy days.
Definitely. So everything going good with you on your new job? You like it?
Yep, I'm all solo now. I'm settled in, champion, know the routes, all that stuff. Just the shifts are just weird at the moment still. You know, you're up and down, 1 minute you're early, 1 minute you're late, 1 minute you're due in the day. It's just, wow, it's crazy.
Mate, that's what it was like when I was on the ambulance. I'd be working 6 to 2 one day and not get out of there until 6 o'clock at night, even though I was supposed to be done at 2 in the afternoon. Work 8 to 4, and I would consistently be out at like 5 or 6 o'clock.
It's just your start times. When like sometimes you start like 4 o'clock in the morning, you'll do a couple of them, and they'll say, "All right, your next shift's like 1:30 in the afternoon till fucking 8, 9 o'clock at night." And you're like, your body clock's just all over. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it was crazy. And then you'd get scheduled 2 to 10. 2 to 10, you'd never work late. You would always be called early, or you would start at 2 o'clock and work your 8 hours. That was it.
Yeah.
The worst for me was working at the hospital midnight shift. Midnight shift, and you daylight person calls off. God. You're not calling anybody at 4 o'clock in the morning when they call off to wake their ass up to see if they want to come into work. Even if they're available, they're going to tell you to go pound salt. You woke me up at 4 o'clock in the morning. You want me to relieve you in 3 hours? No.
Hello.
So you would get stuck working midnight daylight.
Yeah, it's just a weird scenario, but it's like you say, get used to it. I haven't done it for a while. But it's okay. Going good. I thought I broke a bus yesterday. Well, I didn't break it. I broke it. It was there's a certain street would go along, and the trees are low, and it cracked the top window in the double decker. Get big branch went bang, battered off the window and cracked it. So the vehicle had to be took off the road. So it was not my fault. I couldn't, there was no way you could avoid it. But it's a narrow road. It's got trees both sides, and if your councils don't trim them, they just hit the top of the buses. It's just a nightmare. So I cracked a window.
I finally figured out what it is about this thing that was kind of irritating. This Italian ice, I talked about how it's got a very punchy flavor to it. It's not like bitter. It's not really sour. It's got the beautiful lemon flavor, but it's like a lemonade where you get like that rind flavor to it. The reason that's so punchy is because you're supposed to pour this over ice. And as the ice melts, that would actually put the flavor percentage in the exact spot it needs to be for it to taste like a lemon ice, an Italian ice.
And there you go. The name's on the tin.
It is. It's sad to say there's no instructions on here on how to serve it, ideally served over ice.
Normally
a lot of bottles put that on there.
Yeah, normally they have a serving suggestion, a bit of ice and a rind of lime or whatever. They normally give you some kind of just suggestion. Very surprised that, but you still drank it, so it still went down the hole.
Oh, and it was even better when it got warm. I'm like, that's a rarity. Most alcoholic drinks, when you warm up, it's like, no, I don't want any more. Especially some of the beers. They get warm.
Oh, warm beer is a no-no. You don't have warm beer. Nah, it's got to be.
The only place I enjoyed warm beer was Germany. I was a child when I tried it. You go to beer garden, they serve the beer warm.
They do down south in London. It's warm there, beer, and it's got no head. It's haunted. It's headless. It's gross. It's just like a pint of piss. You're like, ugh, disgusting. And they go, that's bloody lovely. Just come up north and drive proper pint, man.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
Too much.
Disgusting. Nah, too much.
All right. We've gone over 5.5 hours, so I think we're going to call it quits for today. I appreciate you stopping by.
You've worked your ass off. I
appreciate you stopping by. I had a great time. We covered so much information today. I know it's a little preachy, but there's something else going on here. It isn't just tobacco control that is putting all the brakes on nicotine usage. There's other stuff going on here. And you got to follow the money, and we're going to figure this out. We're going to find out where we're going to have to point the finger and get them to change their ways. Once the domino starts to fall, we'll be good and set for life.
I sure will, man. You'll get there in the end. But there you have it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. See you same time, same place next week for another amazing episode. Hopefully a little bit less ranty.
As always, boys and girls, I do apologize for being late. Like I say, work commitments, but it was nice to see some new faces and everything in chat as well. So welcome to all the new faces. And of course, welcome to our regulars, and thank you everybody in chat. You always make the show, especially that bloody William Dobson, the sarky git. But anyway, as always, we will be back next week. But again, remember, if you've got anything, your hand checks, etc. You know by now how to get in touch with Alex there. He's got absolute social media all over, Discord all over. Get them up there. Anything else you want to mention, put it all up there. We will gladly take a look for you. So in the meantime, I'll say me farewells, and hopefully I might get a full show in next week. I'm a bit of a part-timer now, you see. But until then, you all stay safe. Beep safe. And we'll see you all very soon. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye now.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
Days without water along the sun-soaked road. We crossed over borders to get where we are, and it's all for you. It's all for you. It's all for you. It's all for you. I did it all for you. It's all for you. It's all for you. It's all for you.